HVNY is already here. It's great to already see somebody writing in the chat. Excited. What are we going to do? You know what we're going to do? We're going to be casting more games today. Lots of games. We're going to be looking at ones with MayorceteGaming, ones with you, ones with Revnak, JulianK, and probably some other ones I didn't even read in the recordings yet. So a lot of high-level play today, and I think that's going to offer some really good stuff for the viewers. You know, I was very fortunate, I should say, that you were able to get those recordings to me just in the nick of time for us to begin. I mean, it's not every day you can get stuff with Revnak and JulianK and stuff in a Streletsy stream, so that is definitely high-quality material that I think everyone's going to really appreciate. As long as, of course, Age of Empires 3 does not out-sync the recordings, right? That always happens from time to time, so hopefully everything we got today works 100% and we can watch it from start to finish. Yeah, that's kind of the hope. Yep, and now I'm going to send the link out to all the Discord servers who might be interested in joining us today for this great event. Start here and work my way up the ladder, as they say. Yeah, I mean, I always love these Defib Edition casted streams because it allows me to connect with the viewers a lot more. And it's actually, I think, a way, too, to accrue more viewership for these games as well. Because sometimes, depending on, you know, who's active online and stuff, some of the casted games I do don't get a lot of coverage in terms of views. But when you do a stream, you're more likely to make that algorithm say, hey, a lot of people want to see these games, so go show it to them. And they can sort of cherry pick their way through and see how many games they want to see. Do they want to see 1, 2, 3, as many as we do? If they want to see them all, that's phenomenal. Then they see them all, and it's pretty good experience through and through. So yeah, definitely. Just letting all these servers know, hey, we're live. I'm going to be casting some games today with some high-profile names. That's definitely what I think a lot of players definitely would love to see, for sure. I think I just freed up some more resources on my PC, so it doesn't lag at all when we're looking at the games themselves. Yep, making sure my volume's reasonable. Yeah, that looks like it is. And where else are we going to send the link to? Yeah, definitely the official Age of Empires server, that's for sure. Where everybody is. Which ones we still have to do? I believe this one, definitely that one, and this one. Yep. This one for sure we can do, and this one. I think there's one more server and we should be set to start downloading some of these games and moving them into the folder. Yeah. No, not that one, this one. Yep, and now I'm gonna start looking at all these wonderful files we got and start downloading them I don't know, top to bottom maybe. Yeah, I'll do them top to bottom, why not? It's really a huge, tremendous list though. I really like the stuff that I'm seeing right here, and I'm definitely looking forward to doing all of these ones. Go through that one, and this one, and any other ones that we missed? Yep, this last one here. Okay. So we got a whopping... Let me look at the downloads folder, see how much stuff we got for today. This is going to be pretty neat. Yeah. Browser's downloading the last one for us. And then we can close this Chrome so it doesn't eat up our CPU anymore, which would be phenomenal. Yeah, it should be done in about 12 seconds. Yeah, that's good. Then we can get right into some action, because I imagine it's almost that 10-minute on the timer time pretty soon, if not already. So yeah, okay, so let's see how many, I'll look, continue downloading. Oh, it's still downloading stuff. Ooh. Okay, so we still gotta wait for more stuff. Let's check out chat while we wait. Okay, no new chat yet. I'll be here if you want to talk to me about anything in the meantime. Gotta wait for all these games to download, so we'll have a fun pack of stuff to do today. How many more is it downloading? Wow, even more. Huh. Even more games. Ooh, cool. Wow, this is looking really phenomenal. This is a big list of downloads. I just went click, 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 and I didn't even look. That's impressive. Alright, I think we good? Oh, there's one more. Okay. Yeah, this is... If we can do all these today, that'd be super good. Yeah, definitely. A lot of Revnaks here. Who likes watching Revnak, you know? Part of the House and Trading Posts. Certainly a very skilled player. It's good to see a lot of Revnak games on here. We see our good old Eliyah games. We see... Where's the MayorceteGaming one here? I see JulianK in this list. Lots of stuff. Lots and lots of stuff. Yep, this last one, it says resuming. What does it mean resuming? It shouldn't. Is it stalled? What's going on? Is it stuck? I could probably... I'll come back for that one. We'll download that one again. Alright, so we're good on that. I'll look it up here and see which one that is. Let me read. Which one is... I think it's this one. Yeah, that one I believe. Okay, I'll get that one. Alright, now it's done. Alright, now it's good. Okay. So how much downloads did we get today? So we got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 games. 13 games to cover today from this new set stuff. And if we want to, we could do even more games too. You know, there's other old ones too, but I want to go through these ones first because these are the big ticket items with lots and lots of great varieties of skilled and well-known players in them, you know, JulianK, MayorceteGaming, all those. It's not every day we see them in games, so this is definitely going to be a real treat for all of you who really like seeing casts of games here. Just got to paste these into the folder and we could actually get started right away, you know. I don't see a reason why to hold this train up anymore. Let's start. Let's begin. Alright, so yeah, we had about 10 minutes. So yeah, we're in that waiting period is done. So let's get right into it for you. Let's see, recorded games, right? You can always let me know if you see things slugging or lagging or whatever. I might have to check settings, right? So definitely be on the lookout for that for me, because we definitely want these games to be super viewable, for sure. So, which ones we have here? Revnak. Let me see. Quite impressive, yeah. What's the one with let me see that one. Saw one that was a little bit missing there. Alright, I'm gonna grab that one again. Yeah, I'll copy that one in too. That one should be good. Let me add that one to the list. Nice. Let me back out and see if it showed up. Yeah, let's do this one first. Revnak, MayorceteGaming. This one's a pretty good one to start with, I think, because, you know, a lot of our viewers here on Unstoppable Stiletsy are Juanitos Bonitos and Juanitas Muy Bonitas, so I think it hits close to home when they see their demigod YouTuber, Mayorcete. Mayor Creed, it's not Mayor Creed, it's Mayorcete, not Mayor Crete. It's not Greek, it's a Juanito, so it should be Mayorcete, not Mayor Crete, the mayor of Crete. Yeah. Alright. So, what we got here? So we got, is this Mayorcete? Which one is he? Is he, Dutch or Spaniard or the Spaniard or Zanere? Good question, actually. I think this match is actually up on YouTube on Mayorcete's channel as well, so if you want to check that out on his perspective and his point of view, you could definitely go see it on his channel as well, but we're going to be covering it ourselves and seeing, you know, how this one turns out. So we got Revnak, Revanchan versus the Spaniard and Zanere. And the map is Manchuria. It's a really fun map. You got a bit of water on it, you know, you got the whales, you got the fish. A lot of civs can definitely plop down the dock here and get right to work. You can obviously fight that with a nice light shipment of like caravels or something in your deck for sure. So you can definitely see some interesting war play here, but you got a lot of open warfare here too. It's a pretty open steppe, this map, right? It turns more desert-like the further you move from the coast, right? And you got this nice trade route here in the back if you want to grab it. It has about 4 trading posts. And to boot, you also have some Shaolin native sites offering you some good shock infantry to add to your armies as well. So yeah, let's get started with this one. This is going to be really fun, I think. Yeah. So we see Revnak playing as the Indians. One of my, well, probably one of my favorite civs to do in like ranked and like serious gameplay. I just really like the options India offers you. They got a wide variety of weapons. They got the Sepoy gameplay that they do just about every game. You know, pretty solid musketeer that just dominates enemies right from the get-go out of the Agrifort. You got the elephant option, you got the stinky camel option, potentially in early game, even in mid game. So yeah, I mean, India can go many different ways, you know. And I think they're pretty easy to learn as well, you know. The simple build order of keeping your villages on the wood. I think it's fairly good, you know. In the beginning, a lot of newbie players might not want to herd at the start of the game, so why not let them chop trees instead for a while until they need the food a little bit later to age up, right? So yeah, definitely pretty fun. We got the Russians here under the Spaniard, a civ that's known for spamming lots of unstoppable Stiletsys. A pretty good aggressive civ for sure. Should be interesting to see how Russia versus India does in this conflict. And every team also has a Dutch as well. You know, Dutch can offer a lot of different types of support, right? They got a really solid economy, I think, that gets better the more players you have on your team, right? Because it means you can construct those banks a little bit quicker. You can get more of that coin that can go into mercenaries, artillery, faster age-ups, even a South Africa revolt or something. It's really cool. So let's see what decks they got here. This Dutch here, which one is this? This is Zanere, so the one team with the Russians. This one has a pretty... Well, this is interesting. There's a bit of counter water here, about 3 flights. Those wonderful Dutch versions of the galleon. So I wonder if we're going to see this in the mid-game. Otherwise, pretty standard competitive deck, I would say, you know. We got the bank improvements here. Got the factories, basic refridge and Royal Mint. Got the bank wagon, so it's pretty much sticking to the normal build order of Dutch, I think, here, at least for the start. As for the other Dutch, any differences in strategy? Yeah, so the other one is using a try-hard 1v1 Dutch, Revnak, and this one's a little bit more mercenary-friendly, I think. You know, we got the Dutch States Army, which makes mercenaries a much more appealing option. Also unlocks some mercenary options for you, including the Highlander at the barracks and the Royal Horseman at the stables. So, pretty good in that regard. Still, though, mostly the same. Now, this is interesting, though. I actually don't see any, bank improvements except for the tulip speculation and the royal decree here. So, I wonder how that's going to go. I do see some ironmonger here, though, as well as textile mill. A bit different, you know. I'm not used to seeing a lot of dependency on the estate as much for the Dutch, but maybe he's got something in mind with that. I have. So Revnak's going to go probably Stinky Camel, I think. Unless he's going semi-FF into the elephants. So yeah, that should be pretty good. Let's see how this turns out. Going for the Carnamata. This is a pretty economic, greedy option, you know. A lot of players will go with the Agri-Ford because it can be used either defensively or to capture a certain point on the map where there's mines, animals, and potentially trade sockets. Going for the Carnamata is a greedy option because it says, hey, I'm not going to have that big bulky defensive structure protecting my base, so instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to build this building that's going to help improve the gather rates of all my nearby villas. And that's exactly what Revnak did. Also, we see a sacred field here as well, which we don't always see. And for those who don't know what the sacred field is all about, basically, since India can't eat herdables, they send their herdables to the sacred field, which improves their trickle rate of experience even more. If you didn't know, since how much food the animal has is virtually useless for the Indians, the animal will actually generate XP as long as it's under your control, right? And a way of boosting that is through the sacred field. We can actually look at the Indian deck right now and see what they're exactly doing here. So it looks like they started with distributivism, they went with 700 wood, and now they're going for diplomatic intrigue. This is making me think maybe they're going to go Salwar. Oh, they're going to go Zams. Zams with potentially the Ottoman delis from the consulate. That could be pretty good. But only good if you can stop this Cossack raid that's going through their base. Also, they're backing it up with some recruits, these very squishy Russian musketeers. They're going to be hanging out around this blockhouse over here. There's also a bunch of settlers nearby to build additional structures as needed. That's one of the things you notice with the Russians is, you know, sometimes if you're really careful you can pick off the villagers near their forward blockhouse, but not usually if they're paying attention, you know, they'll garrison them pretty quickly. We'll see here if this push gets any more intense or they decide to retreat back to the forward base at about this point. constructing another blockhouse to provide additional range support and additional potential production as well, depending on how this goes. They are adding in unstoppable Stiletzis into the army right now, so they're adding in some additional support, it looks like. So yeah, definitely this is going to be pretty interesting for sure. And let me check something real quick. I'll be right back. Eruption, we'll be continuing the rest of this Mayorcete and Revnak match right now. So last we left, we were looking at the Russians doing their aggression. You know, they set up this blockhouse over here and they started to construct blockhouse number 2 over here. I actually started to look at their deck a little bit when I was busy answering the phone, and from what we can see here, it's a big emphasis on cavalry, honestly. You know, we got Cav Combat, we got Boyars, we got the Team Kamchatka Expedition, so a lot of focus on Cav. We have a bit on infantry as well, particularly the Unstoppable Streletsy himself. You know, we got Unstoppable Streletsy Combat, we got Order Regiments, which helps the Unstoppable Streletsy, and then we have Unstoppable Streletsy Horde, which gives you Unstoppable Streletzys at every blockhouse and gives Unstoppable Streletsy more range. So it's pretty good. Pretty useful, honestly. So yeah, let's continue the rest of this match for sure. So right now we got the recruits over here coming out of the blockhouses. And we see Zammerbrax over here from Revnak. Zams could be a pretty interesting option. You know, they're a pretty solid one-pop Dragoon, I would say. That's sort of the thing that makes the Zams a little bit more strategic in some cases over that of the normal Dragoon of other civs. They're only one population, so they're a lot more massable. You know, you can build a pretty big swarm of them, which sometimes, depending on what the other player's doing strategy-wise, having a very swarmable ranged cavalry like the Zammerbarak might actually be more powerful than having a, you know, a stronger two-pop Dragoon like the European ones at that point, for sure. We see a lot of army deployment by the Russians over here, for sure. We see recruits, we see Unstoppable Streletsys, Cossacks. They're building up pretty bigly over here. You know, and I don't know exactly what Zanare is going to do over there. I should probably check on him and see what he's going to do. Oh, he's going FF with the Exiled Prince. Getting that quicker age up. Are you ready? Yes. It's always good when you're ready. What if he wasn't ready? What would you do then? What would you do then? Push on your own? Hopefully not. And what consort option did Rev go with? Oh, yep, he went with the Ottomans, as I suspected. Gonna actually pull some of those Baghdad Azaps from the consulate, actually. Should be a pretty good addition, you know. They sort of a hybrid between a pike and a crossbow, I would say. They got their poleaxe to fight cav in hand, and then they have a nice bow attack, which is great against light cav. So, offers you good damage against just about a lot of things. Now we see Sawars making way against the Unstoppable Streletsys, but they're going to be cornered pretty quickly by the recruits. But just enough to clean up, though, thanks to the support and skirmishers from their Dutch ally, as well as the Zams. Cossacks, they're not going to last very long, I think, against Zams, for sure. Not enough Strelets either. Now we start to see the Purple Dutch come in to help the Russians. We see a group of riders over here come to support them. The riders are sort of the same class of light cav as the Zammerbaraks are. A one population light cav that's really good at being massed up in large groups. Not to mention, Zanare over here actually has 2 stables instead of 1, so he's queuing up this stable and queuing up this stable. This is going to be a pretty quick escalation of army right here by Zanare. Is it going to be enough, though, to defend this position? We'll have to wait and see. Oh, interesting. We see Revnak using emergency units to chum block a bit. Oh, that's pretty nice. Bueno micro, amigo. So I'm wondering, is this Revan Sean, is this MayorceteGaming himself? Oh, I didn't get to see the game yet. It sounds like he is. Lots of Juanitos here, you know. We got Revan Sean, literally the Spaniard, and then Zanane. Lots of Juanito names here. We okay. Yep, but you're okay as long as you have a mass of riders, that is, you know. Riders are pretty good, you know, if you can get a large mass of them going, they can guard an area pretty easily. They are going to have to be careful of these A-Zaps, though, and these Dutch skirms, both of which have pretty solid multipliers against the light cav tag. Yeah, they're going to clean up the A-Zaps, looks like, but there's another one right here, a couple more right here. Biggest problem's going to be these skirms, 20 range. You're not going to be able to push on those directly with these riders alone. And that's sort of why we're seeing more stables come up back at the base of Zenere and the queuing up of Hussars. If you go Hussar Rider, you're going to have a little bit more success. Right, the only problem, of course, is going to be Zammer Barracks from the Indians continuing to be made, which I wonder if they're going to keep making those. We're going to have to see what's going on their end. So it looks like India's been doing Sawars now, so they're going more of that melee cav route. So this might actually be good to go Hussar Rider here for Zenere. It's going to offer him a pretty solid way to break through his lines of hand cav and then put some serious pressure on the skirms here. You know, that's quite a... This is a big group of skirmishers. This is very frightening for me to watch. You know, if I was dealing with this situation, I would be thinking either spam a lot of hand cav or get some artillery pronto really fast. Because a big ball of skirms like this can be a serious threat if you don't deal with it accordingly, you know. If this was, say, the Purple Dutch doing it, I would tell Blue India to just make some houts, but if you're anyone else, artillery, hand cav, that's the way to go against that. It's really the best way to deal with that. Looks like Russians are a little bit behind in, you know, defending at their new position. Dutch were definitely ahead in that regard. You know, Dutch already adding in Hussars with their riders. We do see a little bit of infantry here from the Russians, though, so it's not a total lack of defense. But they're going to have to... Oh, whoa, yeah. See, this is why this big mass of skirms is so intimidating. You know, if you're not careful, you're going to drive your riders in there, and they're just going to continually lose numbers there. It's really not good. You need those riders there to deal with the Sawar threat. You need to wipe those Sawars out and drive right into those skirms. If you can wipe away that skirm mass, I think you'll be in much better shape. For sure. Let's see. So, taking a few seconds to make some easy snipes on the Zams there. Whoa, got a good number of them. Got about 3 of them. Eventually, once you wipe enough of them out, you actually can start to rush at their skirms a bit with the Hussars, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. And I want to go back to Zenere and see sort of what he's doing upgrade-wise. So he has gone the cavalry combat, so these are pretty well upgraded right now. You know, these are not dry Hussars. These are veteran upgrade and these are cav combat upgrade. They will tank a lot of these bullets from the skirms. And we're already starting to see some of these skirms start to get knocked out here. Right? But not enough to wipe out the mass. Right, unfortunately, the Russian ally just isn't providing enough support here at the time, so it's basically up to Zenere to do most of the hard work here and clean up this army. They did a fairly okay job there, but just not enough to take care of the whole match. Vamos. Vamos, Juanito Bonito. Vamos. Vamos, senor. So yeah, he's telling Mayorcete, it looks like, to get his tacos rolling and his tortillas flapping. Oh yeah, most definitely. Wow, look at that snipe on the Falconets, though. That was huge. You know, that was probably one of the few tickets out of this situation for the Russians, and they completely lost it. Yeah. Kind of serious, you know. When you get that 2 Falc shipment in H3, you really need to make sure you protect that. You know, you just can't get away without doing that when you're dealing with this type of stuff. Now, because now you're going to put all the work onto the Dutch ally, and eventually, seems like Myers, yeah, well, I think this Dutch is a little bit stronger than Mayorcete's Dutch, you know. The Purple Dutch seems to be amassing a pretty good army here, to say the least. You know, and Russia's providing minor support in the form of the still unstoppable Streletsy here. And, you know, Streletsy will always be unstoppable. I will always be unstoppable, so I can understand why you want to make so much of me, but, you know, even unstoppable Streletsys need a little help sometimes at surviving. And now we're starting to see that shipment of the 3 flights from the home city that I referenced at the start of the game with the decks. This is going to be pretty interesting. Does that mean we're going to see it only be used as counter to Revnak's fish boom on the water, or are we going to start to see units getting spammed out on this shoreline here and thrown right at the Yellow Dutch? That could be interesting to see. I think for right now it's just a countermeasure to keep the enemies in check and check some of their economy away from them. Also picking up the cavalry cuirass as well to get some nice hit points onto those hussars. Very good choice by him. And where's Revnak going? So Revnak is just starting to get into Fortress Age himself with the Shamanar Gate. Shamanar Gate is a very popular Fortress Age option because it grants you one of those Mahouts, a very tanky splash cav that, though has a lot of population costs, it gets the job done with lots of HP, splash attack, and even multipliers against skirmishers and archers. Very powerful stuff. So we see Zams as well as Skirms try to force back these veteran unstoppable Streletsys. Purple Dutch allied cavalry will come in to support them right now. Oh, and it looks like the Revnak is not going to give up the water that easily. It's going to start to begin training caravels from these docks right now. We'll see how the water combat goes right now, basically. Ooh, what happened there? How did that one get destroyed? Oh, because of the dock anti-ship attack. Oh yeah, you gotta be careful of that, you know. As soon as those fishing boats start garrisoning in those docks, these docks can turn into a real fortress. Wow, these anti-ship attacks are destroying these flights. Only one is going to survive, and it can be finished off pretty easily, I think, by these caravels, you know. Just has to put them in their broadside attack, and they should be able to finish it off pretty quickly, I think. Yeah, looks like, unfortunately, Russian civilians caught in the crossfire there. That could always be a problem. Seems to have the lowest score on the team so far, so I don't know what's going on with that. I think it's probably due to the way that the map works. Manchuria can be a pretty tricky map for new players to understand because it's very wide open. You have to travel pretty far for your hunts, like this far. So, you know, basically you need to really make very calculated map movements on Manchuria, I think. And if you don't do that, you get raided pretty hardly. You're going to get destroyed pretty quickly on it if you're not careful. And I think that's what happened to the Spaniard here. Whereas the Zanare Dutch are playing more of the turtle game and, you know, just building lots of banks and getting mills. That's probably the easier way to do Manchuria because at least you know where everything is. You can quickly garrison as needed. It's a little bit more reliable in that sense. Oh, wow. Good interception by Zanare. Revnak trying to put a town center and castle right in that position there. Very good maneuver. You know, that could be a threat to your land as well if you don't deal with this castle, because guess what you can make from the castle? You can make flail elephants and siege elephants. Stuff that can threaten your town centers, your houses, even your villas. You know, if you get a bunch of flail elephants flailing around, that could be a very serious problem indeed. So, definitely that could be a serious threat. 100%. 100%. Starting to pick up the tame elephants right now from the Indian home city. This essentially makes your elephants train quicker and makes them cheaper. As you know, elephants are very expensive to make. I do Mahout. Oh, this is going to be very good indeed. Does he also? Yep, he's got elephant combat. He's got the professional handlers, which reduces their pop costs. Also has the Mughal elephant armor, Moogle elfin armors, which also add specific armor values to the elfins. So this is looking very elfin-centric here. 100%. So yeah, most definitely. Yeah, most definitely. I don't even think you're even going to need the Mahouts, though, honestly, here. I mean, seems like MayorceteGaming and Revnak on their own seem to be cleaning this up pretty well with the Samur Barak and the Skirmisher combo. So yeah, most definitely. Yeah, should be expecting to resign any moment at this point. Yeah, just getting this water control early on by Revnak was a real game changer, you know. Elephants, they cost a lot of food. 400 food for a Mahout. That is huge. That's a huge cost to maintain. So if you're going to be able to afford Mahouts, you're going to need fishing economy. You know, and while you're there, grab some of the mink whales. You know, gives you good coin eco. Maybe you can make some howdahs with it. Lots of possibilities. Yeah. I always find this interesting relationship between Dutch and Indians, you know, in like 1v1. Like, sometimes the Mahouts can give some pressure to the riders, sometimes the riders can be really obnoxious for the Mahouts to deal with. It really depends on the skill level of the player, how they micro their riders, how many they got. It can be kind of weird to rack your mind and figure out how the Mahouts might actually do against the riders, right? Because naturally, you're going to think, oh, I need to spam a bunch of Gurkhas behind my Mahouts to actually make that work. In the case here, you just had Mayorcete make the skirms to support your Mahouts. But sometimes the Mahouts, with their splash, can force the riders to dance a little bit just to make sure they don't die to the big stomping elephants on them. So it's pretty interesting, to say the least. Looking at post-game here, yeah, you can tell right away that the Red Russia was a little bit behind there. I think maybe what happened there was maybe Red Russia committed too much to that rush in that central base, and they weren't ready to defend home when that central base was infiltrated. That could totally be a possibility here. Seems like Zaneri was definitely the superior Dutch in terms of economics. Mayorcete, though, not too bad, just a little bit behind. Revnak, total Indian god there. Total elephant god there. Really good. Good acquisition of food, good acquisition of wood, good acquisition of coin, you know. India's always going to have the most wood, I think, in any game. And then the fish boom basically put them over the top in the food area as well. In terms of military, Revnak, again, MVP, demigod player. Again, 2-2-2 in the kills number here. 4 raises. Mayorcete not doing too bad in sieging, you know. 169 kills. So actually more than the Purple Dutch that technically outranked him in terms of macro. A sad day for unstoppable Stiletzis everywhere. Less than 100 kills. Very unfortunate indeed. So yeah. There's that one, pretty much. And now we're going to be seeing game number 2 upon the list. Rev and Sean, those Mahouts are GG. H2 Skirm Goon, super good teamwork. Yeah, that's one way you can play Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 3 for sure is you have one player make the light cav, you have the other one make the skirmishers, and that's a great way to not only win in team games, it's a great way to win in arena as well, the arena scenario, where you get to choose what units you train. A lot of the time when I'm teamed up in a 2v2 in arena, somebody will say, you make the skirms, I'll make the dragoons, and we'll make it work together, you know. Until then, of course, you need the culverins, but that's a whole nother story, right? Skirmisher like Cav is one of the most powerful combinations you can make in Age of Empires 3. It's just really a good idea overall to do. Pretty much. Definitely is. So I'm just gonna Check something real quick before we start game number 2. Let me just make sure that we have all the ones listed here. Alright, be back in 1 second. Looks pretty good. So we actually got a deathmatch here. Don Stowe, The Last Thief, and John Coffey versus XX Frosty, Eliyah, and Cam on St. Harold's Island, it looks like. Yeah, at least that's the name it's called in the Legacy game. This is a pretty fun map because initially it looks like a pretty open snow map with just these little bits of these little hill areas of snow and ice over here and these little cliffs. But right away when you look, you notice you got this big ice lake over here, this big lake full of cold water, and this little ring area around here of icy ground here that you can actually flank somebody on. You know, it's very thin, it has some hunts and mines on it though, so it's definitely an interesting option for those willing to use it in the deathmatch game. One thing you won't be able to do though is actually construct stuff on the ice itself, right? You know, how are you supposed to build a house when you're slipping on the ice and potentially falling off into the water here? Into these very sharp and cold rocks. Like, yeah, that's a really bad idea, so don't build stuff when you're walking on the ice. It's just not going to help you out too much. But you can build as far as here, I think. And then I believe, yep, you get this little spot right here you can construct stuff in. On the other side of the map, you got a trade route. So you can start to grab some of these trading posts for sure, which is always something I like to do on this map. So yeah, I mean, this should be a pretty fun deathmatch, don't you think? Oh yeah, 100%. So let's get started right now. See how this goes. Number 1 job in deathmatch, start to construct your churches. Get those iglesias right up, as Mayorcete would call them, iglesias. That's what churches are called in Juanito language, the iglesias. So build your iglesia very quickly. Research mercantilism, get 5 shipments. And out of sync the game immediately. Or almost immediately. Like, that's a sick joke. But maybe it's worth it. Maybe we'll find a game that's even more powerful and interesting. So let's see. Let's see what we got. Let me sort this. Let me see here. Top to bottom. Top to bottom. Is this the one I just did, or was this another one? Nope, this one. Let's do this one. Revnak, BR Aiken versus somebody. Let me see. Alright, so we got Revnak and Aiken versus some Chinese people. Very cool. Very interesting. So, before we get started, let's check out the map really quick in this 2v2 supremacy game. So, the map appears to be... I forget what map this is. This is, it's not Texas. It's another one, right? Something like Texas. I remember this shape of the trade route, though, it's sort of like a little trapezoid shape around the edge here. You got 2 trading posts, 1 for each player. If you want to give your ally the other one, go right ahead. It's very generous of you to do. It'd probably lead to him getting a lot of wonderful shipments. Also, you got some nice natives on this map. You got the Comanche. You also have the Apache on this map. So it's all like cavalry natives, you know. Lots of extra dragoons to add to your armies. So let's begin and see how this one goes. So, Revnak doing the British. Aiken doing the Spanish. Their Chinese opponents are doing Hausa and the United States. This one should be pretty interesting, you know. We don't always see a lot of Hausa gameplay for sure, you know. The Hausa, they're one of those more interesting civs in terms of their combat abilities, you know. They got some pretty powerful units early on, right? They got the Akanakobia natives that they can access through allying with them in the Age Up. They got their nice raiding cavalry. They got a good variety of weapons that they can utilize for sure. The start of the Africans is always a bit strange since, you know, instead of a normal market, they get the livestock market. Basically, what it does is you take your animals there, like these Sangha cattle, and they found there over time. You can also take cattle you get from the map itself there, so any type of cow is welcome, or chicken, or pig, or goat, or whatever you can find, you know, take them to the livestock market, because it'll do a number of things. It helps fatten them up a little bit, and then you can make some decisions of what you're going to do with that animal. You can either eat the animal, have a nice steak for dinner that night, or you can decide, you know, I'm thinking of going vegan tonight, I don't need a steak tonight, and I'm just going to sell it for 500 coin or 500 wood. Which you can do, actually. The animal will disappear, and you'll get that stockpile of resources right to your inventory. It's really powerful. IFF Goon. So, Spain is going to be doing that Dragoon FF as the Spaniards. That's pretty good, you know. Spain is definitely a very FF-friendly civ for sure. I'm actually kind of curious how they're going to construct their deck, though, to pull it off. So, it looks like Aiken is going to do... Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good FF. It's called Team 2v2 Cav. So, you go right into the FF. You probably get your 1k wood. You can ship the Falcons in. You got this Lancer option. Then you got Cav Combat, Caballeros, basically, to give your Lancers additional multipliers against infantry. So yeah, basically, this is a really good strategy for just going stable, it looks like. Going for the greedy 2 Age 1 shipping option is the Spanish, 3 settlers followed by capitalism. It does help you to get enough coin to reach that FF for sure, because normally, right, you only have 700 wood from the 700 chests of coin shipping, but with capitalism, by the time you do get that 700 coin out, you should have that 300 coin accrued at that point, that you don't even need to do that, you know. You can just worry about chopping your wood and doing everything else, basically. That makes it pretty nice. Looks like Revnak is using his team deck here. Has villager cards. Bit of viability in Age 2 with crates and musketeers. Mid-game, that all essential 2 falconet card, 5 hussars, 9 musketeers. Some combat cards as well as eco cards. And then in Age 4, you got rockets. And you got Gentlemen of the Pike, so definitely like spamming pikemen in some situations. Pikemen definitely are pretty powerful for sure. And what are the enemies doing? What are the Tri-Ming Trufa Hauda players going to do with their decks? So Hausa, they got 3 villagers followed by Hausa Kingdom. Ships all of the following builders up until the reach stage. Age 1, a university builder. Age 2, a trade builder. Age 3, a palace builder. Age 4, a town center builder. And Age 5, 5 camp builders. So, pretty flexible, you know, and what it does depend on which age you're in. You could potentially get Lafidi Knights an age early based on this deck, right? It says it right here. Gives you 4 of the Lafidi Knights and grants them an age 2. Also, you got the Nansky card right here, which gives you the Iconocobia natives regardless of who you ally with, right? Houses allying with the Songhai here, but we'll still be able to get those powerful Akan natives with this card. The only downside, though, is it stops being a native unit at that point, well, sort of, and then it starts to cost a bit of population, about 1 population. But that does mean, though, that you can mass them up pretty well at that point, right? Pretty good addition to your army. It's going to get a trade builder now from the House of Kingdom. What's the United States going to do, though? Were they playing... Let me see. So they went with Delaware. They didn't go with Pennsylvania. So that's the other option you can do is the United States, you know. A lot of people like Pennsylvania, but you can also do Delaware. That's probably the second most popular. Oh, so he's doing the homestead build. Very cool. So yeah, basically with this build you use the fertile lowlands to get a bunch of easy mills, basically, it looks like. And then get a bunch of cows. Oh yeah, yep. Well, you use the yep. You get the advanced homesteading, which gives you 2 homestead wagons. And then you get this that gets even more homestead wagons. So yeah, this is a really good way to set up a mid to late game food economy as the United States. It's a bit different than what you do with Pennsylvania, right? With Pennsylvania, you're more focused on, you know, getting that coin trickle. Maybe getting some units earlier than you normally can, right? Getting a batch of sharpshooters or carbine cavalry. But for this, it's much more economical. I remember seeing this build a long time ago, I believe on Widgie's channel, but I never really got too deep into it. We're going to have to see how powerful it actually is in, like, real time. Looks like United States is going to be doing some pressure here with the Hussars, though. And I think if they play their cards right with this homestead-based build, I think going the Hussars is going to be a pretty powerful option since you're going to have so much food coming in from those farms. Yeah, this might be something that the United States might be able to sustain very well, for sure. Aiken, though, doing what he promised, going FF into Dragoons. Does he have his stable already? Yep, he's got his stable going right now. And let's see, yep, Dragoons are queuing up the deal with the Hussars, conveniently. Is going to try to get Spanish gold first. It's better to get Spanish gold earlier rather than later, right? Because guess what it does? It gives you for every card that you send then and then after, comes with like 330 coins. So you can put that coin towards many things. You can put it towards Region Industrial. You can put it towards maybe getting some artillery, getting an upgrade. It can be pretty useful for you, for sure. Oh, interesting move by Revnak. Using the defend mode of the pikemen to group up the units super duper close and make it easier for him to target the same hand cav. That basically gave him a nice snipe on one of those Hussars. That was a really clever formation move by Revnak there. Very tactful, for sure. Yeah, the defend mode for melee units can be pretty powerful, right? You can put your hand cav like the Hussars in the defend mode, so they'll kill villagers easier. And in the case of pikemen, it can make it easier for them to thrust through a single Hussar or whatever your civ uses like a Hussar. Now we see the Fulani archers in action from the Hausa. They're not the strongest archers out there, but you know, they can be pretty good. So I mean, can't complain too much. There'll definitely be a good support for the Hussars here, though, because they'll be a great defense against potential pikemen attacks, and also the Dragoons as well. It'll force the Revnak and Aiken team to come up with a bit of a different build there. So what Aiken ended up doing was just shipping in some Lancers. Lancers are phenomenal for wiping through Fulani archers. Not only do they have a pretty decent attack and stats to deal with skirmish units, but they get multipliers against all infantry, leading to a hand attack of about 60. As much damage as a Imperial Hussar does against infantry. Very powerful indeed. Quite significant. Interesting, so Aiken is deciding to get the Marvelous here now. Basically for about 365 seconds, equating to 365 days a year, settlers will train and work significantly faster. It's a nice little boost that'll last you a pretty good amount of time, right? Doing the math, that would be about 6 minutes, right? A little over 6 minutes of better training time and better gathering. Yeah, pretty good. Viva la España. Toledo would be very proud of that Ole Santiago momento, for sure. Hussars trying to make a move over here, it looks like, right over here. Ah, they're going to get some of these settlers, you know. It's not as bad for the British because they have the Mariner Boom, obviously, so they have a lot of extra villagers coming in. But still, any villagers you can wipe out of the British does, you know, make them feel a little bit more fair to deal with at times, right? Try to clean out as many of their extra settlers as you can, you know. And they're gonna, yeah, they're not even gonna try here because they know the pikes are nearby and the longbowmen are starting to shoot their arrows at them. Yeah. So now we got dragoons over here. Oh, nice. Cleaning out the hussars over there. Very interesting. So I'm wondering what the next step is going to be from here, because we're sort of out of that initial raiding stage. And we're going to see probably a more developed stage of army development at this point in the final push of some kind. Right? You can see Fulani archers on the Hausa side, and we see a lot of carbine cavalry from United States now. They understand now that British have some pikemen. They understand too that the Spanish have dragoons, so they've probably figuring, hey, let's make some light cav, you know. The carbine cav are pretty good, right? They have a pretty good combat ability for sure. Yeah, definitely. Picking up refrigeration for the Spanish. That's going to give them a little bit of a better food eco. While their Marvelous Year is still active, by the way. These Carbine Cav are going to have a pretty good time fighting here, I think. The strength of the Carbine Cav is the fact that they have a better rate of fire of attack, right? Standard Dragoon shots takes about 3 seconds. 3 seconds to prepare. The Carbine Cavalry only takes about 2.5 seconds to prepare, so it's a slightly faster shooting unit overall. Gotta have to be careful with these longbows though, because I would say with 100% certainty the longbowman, the far better archer unit compared to the Fulani archer here, for sure. This is going to be interesting. We see lots of better skirmish units on the Revnak side. Spanish 20 range skirms, British 22 range longbowmen. This is looking a little scary for the House and United States team. You know, these Fulani archers only 17 range. You know, even worse than a skirmisher. You know, so yeah, it can get a little challenging for sure. At least they get the 1.5 rate of fire though, so I mean, not too bad. And they do have the defense of this palace here to take advantage of as well. Spanish starting to get their caballeros right now, so they can get some really good multipliers going against these Fulani archers. Oh, Revnak has revolted into South Africa. Look at all those powerful trek wagons. Nice, this could be pretty powerful here. Right, and did Revnak also get the Gentleman of the... Yeah, he did get Gentleman of the Pike. I see the Guard Pikemen right now. This is really getting pretty scary pretty quickly here. Lots of powerful decisions by Revnak that could really impact this match for sure. Just wait till all these trek wagons get filled up with villagers and stuff. This is going to be pretty intimidating, to say the least. Decide first to go for the factories though. Then could go for the banks as well. Another good source of eco. Yeah, just getting overwhelmed by very powerful skirmish units. It's going to have to abandon that palace now because it just doesn't have the sustainable numbers and stats to hold on to it. Oh, here comes the trek wagons. Look at these tanky things. 450 HP and 50% pierce armor. These things are horrifying to deal with. What's more, a big army of siege and guard pikemen from Gentlemen of the Pike. Really powerful stuff. Also starting to pick up those 2 bags. Gonna add some coin to go in too. Even better. Look at all these trek wagons. Look at this much. How many seconds would it even take to wipe out this entire army of trek wagons? This is a big giant ball of horses and, I don't know, covering and everything. You can't... It's like the 19th century version of the tank, basically, at that point, right? Yeah, like big tanks. Big army of trek wagons. Wow, that was a fun ending. For sure. Trek wagons, we don't see them every day. You know, I want to start using trek wagons myself at some point, you know, because they can be pretty good in some situations in team games, you know. South Africa Revolt with a trek wagon thing can definitely shake things up quite a bit. Revnak again proving that he's the god of Age of Empires 3 with the best score of everybody there. You know, Aiken, yep, this team overall was just really powerful in terms of eco. In terms of military, kind of the same way. Aiken and Revnak just made the better army decisions. You know, Revnak with his pikemen, his longbowmen, and later his trek wagons. Aiken with his dragoon, skirmisher, and lancer gameplay. That just shows you sometimes making good unit decisions is all it takes to win a game, you know. The Carbine Cav, a little bit sad for sure, only 37. The Fulani Archers, just a sad archer unit, just not making it work, you know. It's got the rate of fire, but just not the range that you normally enjoy with really good archer units. So yeah, we can totally see what went wrong there for sure. What's this? We see even more games being imported from Eliyah here. So this is going to be really good if we want to check those one out as well. Yep. Oh, so we have some more commentary here from HVNY. I hope no OOS. The narrow side crevasse is key. Oh, he was talking about Harold's Island. Ha, one down. Prox Warrior. I discovered Pokemon Infinite Fusion the other day. Well, not the other day, but recently, about a month ago, I collected 11 gym badges. LOL, they trying to pick everyone up and take them to AoE 4. Oh, massively underused revolt. True, number 1. Yeah. Why are they trying to take everybody to Age of Empires 4? I don't understand. It's a 3D version of Age of Empires 2 with fancy buildings. Like, I mean, I like what they did with Age of Empires 4, but you know, AoE 3 is always going to be the best. You know what I mean? I don't think whatever they can try to do with AoE 4 is ever going to, you know, be a replacement to AoE 3, what we do here. For sure. Like, what are they going to do? Add a home city system to AoE4 or something. Like, how they even gonna like compete with what AoE4 does? I just don't know how they can hope to outdo it, do AoE3 and what we do. You know, home city shipments, the way we have our really modern militaries, even up to World War I with in the case of Wars of Liberty. So I mean, you know, I think it's going to be long live Age of Empires 3 forever. You know, I think AoE4 is basically just in it for the money. You know, the big bulky product that took a lot of work for the devs to do, and you know, I think if you want a big bulky project to put your advertisement in, put it into Age of Mythology Retold. You know, it's a gaming classic that everybody loves, and it's a really good product. It probably took even more work to do than AoE4, and it looks like a much better experience. So yeah, I'll be doing Age of Empires, Age of Mythology Retold next week when it comes out a week from today, right? Today's the 20th. It's going to come out on the 27th. So 1 week. If you get the premium edition, you can play Age of Mythology Retold early. If you are a budget person that spent the money on McDonald's and, money to watch, I don't know, football or something, that's too sad. You're going to have to wait another week. So, let your McDonald's trips and your football trips wait a little bit and just get Age of Mythology Retold, the premium version. That's just going to be the best thing to do, honestly. But anyways, we got ourselves another deathmatch here. Hopefully the first one that doesn't out-sing, right? That's what we pray for, right? So we got Don Stowe with the French. We Were Kings with the Portuguese. On the opposing side, we got Josh 101 with the Dutch and Eliyah with the British. Pretty nice team setup, I think. Map is Mongolia. Got the top trade route over here on the top side. Again, it's Mongolia, so it's a very wide open map with lots of yurts, with Tengri practitioners on it that are mounted on horseback with bows and arrows. So you got the Tengri natives. You also have some Shaolin natives as well. So yeah, this should be a pretty good one. Let's see how this one turns out, shall we? Alright, so get your church going. Hopefully this time, once they get mercantilism, the game doesn't out-sync. Pray to the church. See the praying icon here? Pray that it doesn't out-sync. Pray, people, pray. Pray the mercantilism will just give you 5 shipments and nothing else. Pray. We need to pray for it. Make it to the minute point. I think we're usually good, right? Yeah. But as I was explaining in that first deathmatch game, you build the church first, get mercantilism, get 5 shipments. Usually those shipments are going to be mainly production related, so stonemasons to make your buildings build faster, riding and fencing school to make your units train quicker. And why does that matter? Because in deathmatch, you fight immediately. It's like a boxing match right out of the gate. You're constantly dueling for survival, right? When you give somebody 20,000 of each resource, what are they going to do with that? They're going to try to kill you with that, right? They're not going to sit back and build this big SimCity style base and then come after you. No, they're going to attack you right away. They're going to make you scared. They're going to make you fearful. They're going to make you kneel. That's what they're going to do. So you have to make them kneel. That's what you do. And how's one way to make them kneel? Build onto the native site. It's the French, and make those Tengri Cav archers or Tatar archers with even better stats, since the French, you know, one of the better native civs in the game, right? Lots of native combat cards. Wilderness Warfare, the 2 native combat related cards, including the team ones. So the French are really good at boosting up their native warriors. And the fact that Don Stowe captured the Tengri native site in the center there, that's huge. It's one more light cavalry threat that Josh is going to have to deal with here with his riders now, right? And I think in a way the Tengri Tatar archers are pretty good because, you know, they're shooting pretty quickly, right? And they, just like the riders, are pretty massable since they don't cost any population, just the build limit. And that's pretty good for Don Stow in that situation because that means he's got one more spammable light cav that he can use to make the riders feel a bit useless there and rely more on the skirmishers, which we see right now. Lots of skirmishers mixed in with the riders. Now we see Eliyah coming in to help out with redcoats and longbowmen. Longbowmen can be a pretty formidable unit to use in deathmatch because see this here? See this longbowman here who was crouching on his knees for a second? He was doing the siege archery move, right? Looking at British. You got this wonderful card called Siege Archery. It gives your longbowman a very long-range siege attack against buildings. Effectively almost turned them into almost like arrow knights in terms of siege, right? Normally the British are fine gentlemen standing in good posture shooting their arrows, but when it comes to siege archery they get down dirty on their knees to shoot some long-range fire arrows at those buildings. And boy does it really siege very well. Yeah, very well. It's a good action to use against Don Stow's move for sure, because not only was he able to clean up the Tatar archers, but now he can use that same siege archery to take out Don Stow's native site, effectively transferring the ownership over to him eventually. So this is a very good move. Mixing in some culverins to deal with the artillery on the opposing side here. Don Stow is going to try to make a move here with some heavy horse guns, also trying to do a bit of siege work with the mortars. The pushing of culverins both by Josh and Eliyah will be a really good combo for wiping out all this artillery and cleaning it up so the longbowmen can focus on mainly the siege and wiping out light cav. Yeah, see, when you have all these longbowmen, it makes it really hard for you to take light cav to go clean up their culverins. This culverin actually ended up surviving, which the longer these culverins survive, makes it more and more impossible to force back the longbowmen with mass artillery. In which case, the longbowmen can actually also counter artillery, right? They have a very long range of 26. With some artillery, depending on what civ you're looking at, might not even be able to reach that range, right? Now, culverins about 34 range, just because they're anti-artillery, but other cannons like horse artillery, it has 26 range, so it's like neck and neck, really. Like, as soon as that horse artillery is in shootable range, those longbowmen can already start to pelt them with arrows at a rate of fire of about 1.5, so really quickly. One thing you'll learn in Arena is longbowmen can be some of the best snipers against artillery sometimes and like win you games all by themselves. You know, that's why longbow play in Arena is just so infamous for the British. Fulling Mills has been researched by Eliyah. Eliyah is really well known for his adaptation of herdables into his food strategies. Fulling Mills just really gives you a really good gather rate of herdables, basically tripling the gather rate by ×3, so basically triples it to something pretty serious. Yeah, most definitely. So we see a defensive line there being set up by Don Stow, trying to get culverins on the side over there, blasting this side with the horse arty, but trying to come up over here with the culves. Let's see if these culves can make a move here. Yep, so they were able to counteract those, allowing these horse arty to survive. It's going to try to do some sort of pushing, because some pushing is better than no pushing. Portuguese going mostly cazadors at this point. Culverin staying close to the towers over here for optimal defense. Now, yeah, these horse artillery are going to blast right in the face of those skirms now, so that's going to force them to retreat and force these culverins to move forward to try to make an advance arm on this side. Huh, so let me see. Oh, took a horse already out. It's gonna take this culverin out. There's another one though right here. Yeah, it's got enough though to like clean that area of artillery. It's gonna force Don Stowe to use the second batch of culverins right away. Let's see if he can get a preemptive shot into one of them and hold this line even further here. Nope, he didn't react quick enough, so now he's gonna have to start responding to these right now. Go, whoop, that one got shot. Took out that one, now has to take out this one here. Ooh, yep, took that one out. So now these horse artillery are safe to do their horse artillery stuff. I like this intricate wall network that the Portuguese player has done here. Look at how intricate these walls are. These little boxes here that you can like put buildings inside of, put towers in here, put stuff inside. This is really tactical by We Were Kings. I mean, I really like this like boxy wall structure. It gives you ways to build little quadrants of land and start pushing your enemy up in the north if you want to. Good choke point by Portuguese to try to minimize the threat here, but unfortunately culverins are still going to reach them and take them out. We see halberdiers entering the fray now. Yeah, it makes halberdiers, you know. Not enough people make the halberdiers. The halberdiers are one of the most versatile units I think you have in AoE 3. They can counter artillery, they can counter skirmishers, they can counter heavy infantry, they can counter cavalry. All it depends is the halberdier right up against that unit, right? If you get a big batch of halberdiers right up against anything, they're gonna eat them alive, you know? They're really good at eating through enemy units. What are these? These are the Dutch skirmishers, riders, another batch of artillery come in to make another assault. We see mortars make a move on the tower successfully, culverins coming on this side, some horse artillery in reserve, ready to start blasting forward at a potential infantry. At this point in the game, yeah, we have to start looking at economy, right? Because players are going to start burning through all those Starn resources and they might not have, you know, their economies figured out yet. Portuguese are definitely running a bit low on the comida side, a bit on the wood side. Dutch are doing excellent. French are doing pretty good, except for money, right? This is why we literally see France making musketeers now. They probably don't want to make musketeers, but it's the only thing that's very budgety in terms of coin for them that isn't, you know, an archaic unit that's lacking upgrades, right? Some cuirassiers here. Is making use of the 4 cuirassiers infinite shipment from the home city. It's a nice card for the French to use because it's a very powerful unit that you can just send again and again and again as long as you have enough XP to keep allowing it to happen, right? And cuirassiers can change battles. They got a really good splash attack that decimates skirms and artillery, and they can fight some other stuff sometimes as well, right? Maybe not as good as Wars of Liberty where they have hand armor, but you know, they can wipe stuff out if a player isn't paying attention. I like this warfare from Eliyah this far up north in the map because it basically diverts Portuguese attention all the way up here and away from their ally who is kind of being grinded down at this point. Josh seems to be doing a really good artillery job, just gradually blasting his way through the defensive lines here. Adding in heavy cannons. Are these from the home city or are these from the factories? Now, he shipped these in, so these are 2 still surviving heavy cannons, making moves on the towers here, aiding in the mortars, right? And if there is an infantry charge here at any point, you'll know that these heavy cannons will disintegrate them very quickly. Oh, look at those cuirassiers make their splash. Ooh, then there's the stars on that side. Look at cav in multiple directions. But unfortunately, not enough, though. Even the artillery can intercept that. I think once you get to yep, see this veteran pikemen and guard musketeers. I think once you get to that point with France, it's going to be another French surrender, another French white flag moment once again. You know, French famous for their surrendering moments are going to surrender once again. You know, they're going to have to make a trade and say, if you leave our home city alone, you can have all the croissants and baguettes that you want. Basically. Ooh, okay. Gonna have to pull those heavy cannons back, right? Yeah, trying to get a few blasts in there, but the Culverin's still pursuing them. Taking out one. Other one's still alive, but still within... You gotta get those mortars on the Culverins. You gotta deal with those, because now he's gonna kill it. You're gonna lose that statistical advantage on the battlefield, you know, because heavy cannons are super powerful. And where's Eliyah in terms of herdables? So yeah, look at all these sheep. Sheep, cows... Enough lamb chops and steaks for the entire pub, basically. Really good. Really good stuff. Yeah, this is a pretty long area to be fighting here, you know. Normally everybody's sort of bound in the same area down here on the desert side of the Gobi, but it's pretty rare to see them trained up in the north and fighting in the northern grassy part of Mongolia up here. Don Stowe is resigned, capitulated, and now that basically means that Portugal is all alone. Alone and isolated. You got a Dutch shelling on you from down here. And you got a Portugal up here, which doesn't have a lot of options, yeah. Yep, it's gonna have to resign there now. Definitely. I mean, yeah, Eliyah tends to always get such really good eco scores in these death matches because he sticks to using sheep and cows and every other herbal known to mankind to keep his food up. 50,000 food. Yum yum yum. Very delicious. And nutritious. Also a lot of wood too. Phenomenal amount of wood. Yeah, like the only civ that got more coin was the Dutch because, well, they're the Dutch and they have lots of trickling banks. How could they not be the best in terms of coin stockpile? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this was I would say this was a pretty fair match, matchup for sure, you know. Don Stowe always puts on a good show, a Stowe show, if you will. So he did pretty good. Good for Eliyah and Kings moving the fight up to the north a little bit, changing things up a bit, and trying to fight through those weird corridors and walls around the trade route. Made things pretty interesting, right? I mean, I'll look at it one more time. Like, look at how weird this like base setup is up here. This is pretty cool that they managed to duel their way up into this area instead of the more traditional-ish battlefield down here. For sure. So we're going to quit that, and we're going to be going on to the next one. The invitation has been withdrawn. Who's inviting me to what exactly? I don't know. But we're streaming right now, so you can wait a little bit. They should have Age of Empires 4 slogan on the Trek wagon. Depart to the new world, Age of Empires 4. Yeah, exactly. Depart to the new world. You know, live in the Appalachian Mountains like the hillbillies, and play your banjo, playing AoE4, going no, basically. Yeah, that's what you do. Go back to the backcountry and play that stuff. We got the civilized and Europeanized Age of Empires 3 here. super preppy and super professional. Yeah. Oh, we got a 1v1 Revnak versus JulianK, British versus Lakota. I want to see this. Oh, JulianK. I remember seeing his gameplay from the Helter Skelter a number of months ago. Yeah. Wait a minute, this isn't... Wait a second, did I pick the right one? Am I getting gypped like Egypt? Who is this? Revnak versus JulianK. Oh, this is Shake 2020 and some Arabic name fella. So is this really JulianK versus Revnak here? Huh, interesting. Should be a pretty interesting one for sure. Let's check out the map real quick and see how this one's going to turn out. Looks like we're looking at... I forget what map this is called, but let me see. Isn't it, trying to remember, it's European, I remember that, it's European. It's during the winter time, so you got these little snowy rocks hanging out here. The biggest thing I would say from a gameplay standpoint is definitely pay attention to these trade routes over here, because you got about 6 trading posts that you can capture in total. I know Armins for sure are going to be capturing lots of TPs for sure in this one. As for the British, I mean, British are probably going to be more focused on their manor house booming for sure. So maybe if you're lucky as the Ottomans, you'll be able to snag like 4 trading posts. If the British are staying close to home, worrying about their big houses. Yeah, so let's get started with this match and see how it goes. Alright, so Ottomans. Ottomans are always a dangerous threat when you're looking at like ranked 1v1s. They just have so many nasty plays they can do to you that you just don't have an answer for. You know, mainly around the Fast Fortress, the Fast Industrial, the Royal Decree. There's been so many times in the past when I used to do ranked Definitive Edition games where I just would not be able to really deal with basically their strategies around their Safahi, their artillery, their Abiscar. Just really hard to deal with, you know. I've even seen some more aggressive builds with the Ottomans that have been pretty tricky to deal with, you know. Not only the traditional double barracks Janissary, the Abbas Janissary, but I've seen even Humbarasi rushes in ranked games that, you know, made me a little bit concerned for my town center's health and safety and survival, you know. I think most of the time when they go Humbarasi, I can, like, deal with it, but it can get a little scary because the Humbarasi is a great siege unit. Now, they can really snipe a town center in your houses if you're not careful with it and pin you to the ground, basically. Yeah. I'm wondering what deck they're going to go with here. So, in terms of deck, it's looking more friendly with the FF, I think. We got the key FF shipments here of the 5 Safahi, 2 Falks, 4 Mamluks, 6 Abbas Gunners, 8 Janissaries. So this is FF. There is a possibility of a bit of H2 warfare, but it's not going to be super duper huge, right? And for Industrial Age, if it goes that far, you got your good trusty old 2 Great Bombard shipment, your factories, and your 6 Safahi. Let's see what British is going to do here, because British, you know, of course they're going to be booming with manor houses. They already got 2 of them built, which means 2 extra settlers. So they're going LR. Does that mean longbow redcoat? Maybe. I do see both longbow and musketeer shipments here. I see all the musketeer upgrades. I see some hand cavalry upgrades, but I do not see yeoman or siege archery, so not as much of an emphasis on the longbows as you might expect. But definitely a lot for the hussars, for sure. And the dragoons. A fort. okay afford. 3 rockets, that can be pretty powerful. Why don't you just get infinite 2 rockets? Because I feel like the more rockets you can get over the long haul, the more lethal you're going to be, you know. Also, like in the town militia here, that's something we don't always see. It's definitely a pretty good defensive option because you know especially what the Ottomans might do to you, right? If this blue Ottoman, for whatever reason, decides to go Evet, come on Evet, with like, you know, a bunch of Humbarases, guess what? You're going to win now because you got a big army of midmen to sweep them under the rug because of their siege troop attack. What are they going for politician here? They're going with the governor. Hello, governor. 1 tower wagon and then some coin. I think that's the standard one everybody goes with. Armin's going quartermaster. I really couldn't see him going with anything other than the quartermaster. You know, who would ever turn down 400 wood, right? So when that means more trading posts, could mean an artillery foundry, could mean a double barracks. You could do a lot with 400 wood. And what would they do with 400 wood? Build a barracks. They'll easily be able to afford another one too. Yeah, they're starting to grab up all those cords of wood right now. And we are going to see a pretty powerful Janissary start here, potentially. Well, is it gonna be FF? Yeah, it's gonna be semi-FF, right? Because we're seeing some Janissaries being queued in alongside the 700 coin. And I think, depending on how this goes, Sheikh will either stick with the 5 Jans, or they can potentially stay in H2 a bit longer with maybe 10 Jans, 15 Jans, something like that, you know. One thing you gotta keep in mind though when you're planning out your semi-FF is the Jans can be pretty pricey in food, you know. They're about, I believe 95 food in Definitive Edition, right? 90 food, so yeah, pretty pricey in the food costs. But totally worth it. I mean, they have really good stats and HP for sure, so that takes a lot to down one of them. Definitely a very competitive option against the British Musketeers, which are pretty infamous as well. Oh, we see British going for a grouped Hussar attack. That's pretty daunting. Ooh! Intercepted with the Scimitar Slash. Nice, that's one way to send him retreating. Yeah, he can't even do anything about that now. He's kind of has to go home at that point. Or just wait off into the side here and see, you know, what can I do to make his life a miserable time. Yeah. The Scout. So, some delis for the Ottomans. Very good. British are sticking to their Hussar recipe, it looks like. How many manor houses we at? So we got 4 build, 5 build, two more coming on the way here, 1 more on the way. No, that's a tower. So about 9 manor houses. So that's pretty good. 10 manor houses. So 10 free villagers. Phenomenal. That's a lot of economy you're going to be able to use right away. Yeah, I just don't know though. Now that you got an Ottoman who's gone for the FF, what do you do against the 2 Falconet play? I get that you're going Hussar and all, but even here's the problem. He's got Janissaries, so if you try to rush 2 Falcons with a bunch of Hussars, he can like defend around that with the Jans and pull the Scimitars out. So it's not that clean of a situation as you might think it is, you know. We see British trying to catch up and age up, it looks like. Picking up the 700 coin, is it? Right? And the placer mines as well, to make the mining a little bit better. Still discouraging Hussars from moving in much further. The other Jan group down here are intercepting this group. Yeah, as long as you can keep the Hussars from making any significant kill gains on you, I think Ottomans are looking pretty good right now. He's going to try to hunt a little bit with the delis and then decides not to because he knows that he's currently outnumbered in hand cav. As predicted, 2 Falcons will be shipped. Veteran Jan will also be researched. Right? Because in Definitive Edition, you don't have to wait till Imperial Age to get upgrades on armament units. Yeah, I don't know why they even came up with that bonus in Wars of Liberty. It's so weird. Like, yeah, wait until you collect about. Let's do the math. Like, let's wait till you collect about 6,000 and 6,200 food and about something like that coin just to get a decent upgrade on your Janissaries. That's a great idea. Oh, it's historically accurate. Yeah, it's historically accurate, alright, but your win rate is not going to be very good looking for historically accuracy's sake. But, I mean, people still win as armaments in Wars of Liberty. It's just a little bit more complicated, right? They have to play more into either that strict H2 gameplay, or they usually have to go right with the FF and emphasize more on the artillery side, which, you know, that's the one unit that isn't limited by the, you know, the modernization bonus or whatever armaments get. You know, they still can get field guns, Imperial field guns, Culverin Royale, all that. So that's the one area that's kind of untouched. Now it's the other horsemen of the apocalypse here, the Safahis. And by apocalypse, I mean basically the thing that knocks out every player playing ranked against the Armans. Yeah, basically. The one thing you gotta make sure of, though, when you're going up against the Brits here, try not to take out their manor houses. It might feel tempting to get a little bit of XP, but if you don't do it a careful way, you're just going to grant the British more free villagers, which could mean more free ways for you to die in the long game, if you're not careful. Just committing to mass musketeers at this point, because that's a pretty standard British thing to do. Taking a few seconds to engage for the Ottomans, so the British musketeers have a little bit of an edge. Is that enough Jans, though, to carry that out? I'm not too sure about that, especially as he's starting to pick up some of those combat-related cards. See, this is the thing he probably didn't expect is, now, when you have that many musketeers as any civ, you can start to shine them down and start having them all target one can at a time, because even though they're barely pinging the armor of the Falconet, in an army, when you got numbers, that's one damage after one damage after one damage. It's like, you know, it's like bashing your head into basically a paper wasp nest and getting stung by a million stings, and you eventually, you know, succumbing to it. You know, one sting from a wasp isn't gonna take down a big animal like a human, but if you get stung a million times with those little stingers, the venom's gonna get you, right? Same thing with the British. You know, instead of stingers, they have bayonets. They poke and they really hurt, but no, same concept. And instead of a human, it's a big giant cannon made out of metal, again thrusted by a million stings of bayonets and bullets. You know, which are basically range stingers, if you consider the British to be bees. Well, there is a bee. Well, wait a second. So the British have a skirmisher, right, called the Green Jacket in Wars of Liberty, right? And then there's a type of wasp called the Yellow Jacket. So, yeah, you could sort of consider the British to be like bees, I guess, you know. And does that make their settlers like larvae that grow out of the manor houses because they literally spawn instantly out of the things? I don't know. Maybe those are eggs, big giant wooden eggs the British people come from. I wonder they have yellow teeth and other characteristics. Yeah, maybe. Totally possible. Totally possible. Yeah, at this point, Shake's just going to double down full with Janissaries, veteran Janissaries. He's going to try to capitalize a lot on his upgrades here, since he knows he's dealing with musketeers that are lacking in the HP department against him. In terms of attack, these veteran musks actually do have a bit more attack, but in terms of HP level on these veteran Jans, it makes them all the more stronger. Right. Let's see if Almonds can actually get Town Center number 2 at all anywhere. Do they have like a... No, they don't have any covered wagon at all, so... You know, that would be an option for Almonds at this point. Get Town Center number 2. Take advantage of your ability to boom up with multiple town centers, so maybe you can catch up a little bit with the British economy, right? Because once you can catch up with that British eco and capitalize on your unit stats at the same time, you know... British are going to have some serious problems to deal with, for sure. Is actually going to start to queue up falconets from their artillery foundries, so they're going to try to send some more artillery in. They're going to have to be careful, though. They don't want to have a situation like happened earlier, where these bunch of stinging British insects with their little bayonet and bullet stingers don't sting your big giant human falconet mammal things, basically. It's just something you're not going to want to have happen to you, you know. Falconets cost pretty penny, you know, 400 coin, 100 wood. It's not an easy price. You gotta make sure you make good use out of them, because they don't grow on trees. Even though you do need to cut down a few trees to make them for the 100 wood. Trying to do some sort of maneuver on the side here with the hussars. Yeah, that's another problem, you know. If you're not careful, you're dealing with the musketeers. This little marauding group of hussars could make a move on you that could snipe those cannons. Armins are going to try to solidify stats even more by getting the endurance school to boost up the Janissaries even further. Gonna try to blast that stable first, because, well, if you take out the stable, hussars are no longer a problem. Gonna try to slowly blast his way in here, but is it gonna be enough though? No. That's a really long distance to leave your falconets hanging there. Like, I saw that prompt coming from a mile away. And he's going to take advantage of that. He's going to get the musk in the stagger mode. And he's again going to one-shot these falcons with just superior swarming tactics. You know, this is why I think you should probably just keep spamming the Jans. You know, it's not making any longbowmen. You could just slowly just spam Jans and be in pretty good shape here. He's also throwing the Safahis in at a weird time. I mean, they did do some work there. There's some good cleanup work, but still, it's not enough to clean out the problem completely. So, yeah, you're going to have to train some more Jans. I see he's getting the Abiskars. Maybe the Abiskars is going to be the finishing touch here of the game, I think. I think it is, you know. How many vills are we looking at here in terms of economy? 22 vills? Not a whole lot. Oh, wow. How much are British on at this point? Yep, and now the British switch over to longbowmen because they know Janissaries is like the main thing they're dealing with. Now you might have some serious problems as the Ottomans because these longbowmen are a pretty solid range skirmisher unit, you know. Firing a few arrows from your trusty Robin Hood tally-ho longbow is going to be a lot quicker than early firearm. Just gonna plow right forward with those longbows and try to see what he can do, how far he can get. And I think it's gonna be pretty successful, honestly. Yeah. So, looks like 6 Abbas with the massive veteran Jans. Seems to be the play here. Again with the Falk, I would probably either make more Jans or I would start to make Abbas gunners. So I think a bunch of Abiskars, maybe with the veteran upgrade, might actually get more out of this fight than the Falcons can. Because see, when you get one big, bulky, expensive cannon, he's just going to one-target it down with a bunch of musketeers, and even easier now with the... Well, now we changed them to Rangers, which is a bit different, but I was going to say that rate of fire spam from the longbowmen would have been pretty serious. I guess you do have an advantage going with some Rangers now, because the Rangers do have some stronger anti-heavy infantry attributes than the longbows do. So in the right circumstance, they will probably do pretty good here. 18 range, not bad. Still going to make some pretty good gains here. No, that's not good. You walked right into that one, didn't you? What's going on here? Like, okay. That's a total cleanup. Yep, doing the one target once again. Is it enough though? You gotta do a quick gap relatively quickly. I mean, I think has to retreat now. I think he knows it's just not gonna. Wait, one thing he can do is try to take out some of the settlers, try to offset the British eco a little bit here. But what you're seeing now is the Ottoman score is finally, like, actually again ahead of that of the British, you know, because they've ran out of manor houses. Well, actually they could build 2 more. They're kind of getting at the end of the road in terms of getting more free settlers. Yeah. Trying to get the town militia. I know, yeah, at this point it might be a good defensive decision. Only card they're lacking at this point is the cavalry hit points. It's just about all their other cards sent. And what about the autos? So the autos are going for 1,000 coin. They're probably going to put, honestly, they're going to put that more into these Falcons. Gonna probably go in there with like 10 Falconets, and then you're not going to be able to one target those anymore, you know. 2 Falcons you can sort of squeegee by with, but once they start getting in the 5 to 10 Falcons range, yeah, you normally die, right? Just like the game just died, the recording just died, yeah, just like that. Couldn't have made a better point myself with that. So, yeah, thank you for that demonstration. It was a really good idea for sure. Yeah. Oh, HVNY said that was a typo about it being Revnak versus JulianK. I thought we were gonna see JulianK in that match. Like, I'm like, oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, it's all right. It was a good game, you know. Sheikh versus Arab fella. So what else we got here? We got 1v1 Revnak. So some more. Is this a real deal Revnak versus JulianK match? Like a real one? I hope it is. I'm getting a refund. It's Huzzah versus Arab fella. British Arab fella. Okay. So we're looking at Hudson Bay or Saguenay right now. Probably one of the most famous maps in Age of Empires 3 to use in a competitive or ranked situation, right? Lots of hunts, the nice curvature of the land lets you both fish and hunt safely. And also you have the options of using some of these powerful natives too on this map, honestly. You got the Huron and you got the Cree over here, so the really powerful skirms and the really powerful mantlets. Trade route's always nice down here too, so definitely take advantage of that. And some variants of this map even have the little islands on them, which you can cause a meme by putting a town center here and holding out for like a half hour, which is really fun. Not if you have to be somewhere, but if you don't have to be anywhere, it can be funny. In terms of home city decks here, we got to check out. So Inca are doing a fish boom on here. They're going to be booming a bit with one dock here. I imagine they're going to have salt ponds in their deck to help with the fishing a little bit. So they got fish market, and they don't have the salt ponds here, which I'm a little bit surprised by. But they do have some chincha rafts here to help defend the water for themselves. Also improve warships. So definitely a lot of water in mind for this Inca deck. 1v1C. Whereas British this time are going to be playing more of a naval-based deck themselves. 3 settlers, they could very easily go onto schooners next and start massing out those fishing boats. They also got the fish market themselves to help the gather rate of those fish. They got 2 caravels to match that of the Chincha rafts on the Inca side, also has improved warships. They even have a frigate, so I think in a sense the British are a little bit more prepared here for naval warfare with that big heavy frigate that could definitely win them the war. You know, only say thank you for stealing a treasure. Yes, that's right, manners are very important, you know. Please and thank you. I mean, I thought children's programming over the past like 10 to 20 years of your life was supposed to teach little young lads to say please and thank you when you steal somebody's treasure and you make them lose. I mean, it's a nice thing to do. Like, you know, not everybody will let you steal their treasure and make them lose. It takes a certain really nice, gentlemanly type person to let you do that. So if you don't say please and thank you, maybe they won't let you steal their treasure next time and they won't let you win. Not that I know that they're going to win. Thanks for reminding me you have thick skin to jokes. Yeah. I always like that game banter. It's always fun. That's the one thing I wish you could do in Legacy when you see Wars of Liberty games is see all the Spanish that goes on between the Juanitos in those Liga matches. I can imagine you could see Sakul Fierro and Varingo in the back going, "Oh no, El Gringo's attacking me again. I don't know what to do. The Gringo keeps attacking me with Argentina. You know, the Escoltas." Something like that. I can only imagine the things those Juanitos are thinking whenever I play Wars of Liberty. "Oh, the Gringo's doing it again. He's doing it again to us, man. Come on, hombre, vamos. Gotta get the Gringo." Yeah. Okay, so yeah, going full water combat. We see a caravel as well as 2 ship caravels. So caravel. Also using the outpost wagon from the Governor Age Up. Hello, Governor. To put that on the coastline. This is like water supremacy 101, you know? Inca's gonna have some serious problems if they don't contest this water. I mean, I think they're gonna have to give this up now, because it's just too overwhelming at this point. Yeah, I think Incas are gonna have to switch over to a land-based attack now. I mean, they seem to be doing some of the plume spearmen right away, and they're going to have to make some decisions of how they're going to utilize these, right? Going for the 2 war huts shipment, that's always pretty good for the Incas. It's pretty standard their build order. Basically secures them a pretty good defense as well as push. And we're probably going to have to see a change over the Chicha Brewing with the Concha houses, since basically the economy for the water is done. So you're going to have to use that Chicha Brewing and the Concha houses to trickle up all that food, you know. These Concha houses trickle about 0.6 food before you get that card. After you get that card, it becomes pretty good. We also see Incas going for the moon dance at the community plaza to generate wood. It basically acts like a little wood trickle. So Inca's scrambling for some resources to win this game with, right? Yeah, we'll have to see how this turns out. Adding in Jungle Bowman as well. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the combo I like to do with the Incas. Plume Spearmen with the Jungle Bows, you know. 2 pretty good trash units. Plumes just siege good, they kill the cav, and then you use the Jungle Bows to shoot away the range things that can hurt you, like muskets and dragoons. The only thing you have to worry about, of course, is their skirmish units, and then you just send the Chimus after them then, since they're so fast and speedy. Yeah. It's actually shipping some of those in right now. How common is it to actually use the moon dance for that long to generate wood? I would like to know. Pun intended. I would like to know how much this wood-based dance at the community plaza is actually used in, like, competitive and ranked. It's been on for quite a while now. How many vills are on? Is anybody even one dancer here? Oh, he's using the llamas as a means to carry their weight onto the plaza. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. I guess it's not a bad idea if you're not going to be using the community plaza for a while. Just throw a llama or 2 on there and get some wood. So you can afford some of those wood-based units like the Jungle Bow and Spear a bit easier. It's literally cornered. You got a bunch of British soldiers with bayonets walking slowly after you. You know you're in trouble. This is a pretty nice defensive structure built by the British here. Look at how they've created a walling fortress of manor houses and walling, and the native site over here you just have to cap off right about here. Not bad. The thing I like about walling with manor houses is, guess what? You force your opponent to siege them, and if they siege them, that means you get more manor houses, which means more free villas for you. Yay! Yeah. Yay. Finally getting that Chicha Brewing, so you can have a nice economic alternative to the fishing, which, you know, your deck was sort of supposed to do in the end, but it didn't end up doing it. Got about 7 fishing boats and about 3 caravels still. Keep in mind, caravels themselves can actually gather from fish too, so you don't really... If you don't want to go heavy on the water, just throw some of the caravels onto those fish and whale areas and they'll give you some stuff too. Aging up with the Mohawk Statesman. So it looks like this time this British will be going age 3. That was a quick execution of the Explorer once again. Wonder when we're going to see another push again. What's going to have to do is very, very carefully, because he probably doesn't want. He probably wants to siege onto this barracks, but then it's close to the town center, so you're going to get the TC fire. I like this walling contraption here by Arab fella here, because you know what this does? It basically sets up a really good walling parameter that forces your enemy to corner up in weird ways when they're coming in the siege, and this basically is going to make the British town center pretty hard to hit. Picking up placer mines right now. Got the Concha houses doing most of the food eco, so you can kind of focus a bit more on the coin at this point. Also picking up the villager hit points, the spirit medicine, just in case. You never know what you're going to run into with that, so you kind of have to play that by ear and be careful. Oh wow, look at that. Look at how many Shima runners were down just by that one Caravel. Caravel's the new anti-cav of the century. Very interesting. He's going to be building his Machu Picchu stronghold somewhere. It's a really good fortress that can train all your units, and you can garrison in stuff in there to make it even more stronger. He's gonna put the fortress right here. Hopefully he can't shoot it from there. That'd be pretty sad. Alright, yeah, he can. How much range do these got? So they got about 20 range. Yeah, they're not gonna be able to hit that, thankfully. Hazard could actually get some fishing boats there once again. If he wants to, at least for the whales. Can his fortress hit those fishing boats from that far? No, but I bet the Huaracas could potentially, if he decides to put some right here. Oh yeah, he could like take out this whole navy. That would be pretty neat if you saw these Huaracas actually be used as a really powerful anti-ship weapon. Start to get some. Well, okay, so is he gonna go for the caravel first? Oh, he's gonna go for the outpost first. Yeah. So how much range has this got? Yeah. So yeah, kind of have to fight with the range of that, unfortunately. But I would do that from back over here, because you know why? Because now these caravels are gonna get a nice shot at you. Like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is still not a good place. You probably want to go all the way back over here and do that. Yeah, still not a good place. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter because you only had one, but still. Gotta make sure you preserve your units as much as humanly possible. I mean, I would keep doing that Heroica siege myself just in a safer place and then start to get large masses to go after the caravels and then attack the fishing boats with it. And then you could make a move on the wall and, you know, you could come through sort of backside here maybe, like around here, probably. Yeah, I would think that's probably what you want to do there. Just saying. Yeah, and he sort of figured that out because he's making the Huercas right now. He knows he has to do something about this water. Has to make some sort of assault from this side. You know, make a move from a side that's going to be less risky in terms of going in to do the siege job. Taking out the siege, taking out the towers, gonna be able to make a move on these boats now. Somewhat. Well, I mean, how much damage? Like 20 crush? You're gonna need a bigger mass of them to go after the caravels, I believe. Like doing 120 damage per volley against caravels is probably not too fruitful. What's this? What was that all about? Trying to stop that wall from going up. Gonna take out. Might be able to take that somewhere out for sure. Yeah, takes that one out, but the other one's safe. Making some of the Courier de Bois. It's always a good option for this map for sure. If you didn't know, basically they're the same villager as the French get, so a little bit more expensive than a standard vill, but they are strong and they gather really good. Trying to deny that war hut construction. It's going to try to build another war hut over there. Quick! Repair it! You got some time. Repair it. Why would you put a church on an island? What's up with the church on the island? Who puts a church on an island? Put like some towers there. Don't put a church there. Why is there a church on the island, you know? That's not a safe thing for Sunday morning, you know? Imagine waking your kids up in the morning like, hey, it's time to go to church, and your kids are still sleepy and they weigh too much on one side of the boat and they end up capsizing the entire boat with the family on. It's like, why'd you rock the boat, Jimmy? I don't know, I was feeling tired, I wanted a nap. Now the whole family's wet and cold, and they have to find the nearest shoreline here to get back onto the island. Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't put a church on an island, especially when you know you're gonna have to get in a boat to go there every Sunday or whenever you do your services. It's crazy. Yeah, I would not put church on an island, that's for sure. I mean, I guess unless he really wanted to really save that .7 XP trickle. It's good, but is it really that good? It's worth putting the thing on an island. Who knows? Anyways, we see Inca and British and Industrial Age now. The Jungle Bowman will be upgraded to guard level. The champion Jungle Bowman doesn't have any combat cards on him just yet. Could add the range infantry attack and could also add the Cajamarca support as well to give him some improvements there, which would probably be pretty helpful. Just saying. Oh no, he's making a move on the fort with the monitors. Yeah, that's the horrible thing about monitors. They're just really good at sieging from long range. Did a good number on this one though. Like, look at all the holes in this ship. At least we got an indoor swimming pool, I guess, with that ship for the crew. Trying to make a bit of a range advance on the British there, who have switched over to the Rangers once again, this time with Guard Rangers. Does he have Yeoman in this deck at all to beef up their... Yep, he sent Yeoman, so they should have a bit more multiplier at this point. Yeah, he's actually getting it right now. So yeah, these... Effectively what happens when you send Yeoman is you actually end up with Rangers that have even more multipliers than your everyday skirm. You know, it goes up to 2.25, and then when you get counter infantry rifling, that's 3.25, and they are phenomenal skirmishers, you know. The only downside, of course, is you know, they don't have as much range as the longbow does, but if you're looking for just raw range attack power out of your units, then Ranger is probably the way to go there. I also like the switch over to rockets at the factory, because I think rockets is one thing that the Incan army is just really bad at dealing with. If you can spam enough of those rockets, I think all these Huaracas are going to have a serious problem trying to deal with them. Definitely. So what are all these bolus wars? Oh, for the Hussars, okay. So there is a purpose to it. There's method to that madness, just like putting your church on an island, you know, forcing people to swim over there on Sunday morning when they're just not ready to get up. Yeah, because what if your family can't afford a boat, right? You have to swim there, swim to the church, and hope that your fancy suit and tie and stuff and dress or whatever doesn't get all wet and soggy. You have to insulate the thing with plastic just to jump in. Oh, he's going to try to support with the monitors, is that right? I could see that working. One thing I don't like for Inca is the fact that they don't have any water control, you know. When you get into these types of battles with water on the map, it just takes a really quick-fingered opponent, basically, to round up a bunch of army like Hussars and pikes and stuff them into a galleon, and just throw the pikes at your base while you're doing this. You know, it's kind of a real risky business, honestly. So, I mean, I kind of get what the Incans are doing, but they really need to be careful with this water, because he could pull an Ole Santiago Toledo move and come in with like 50 pikes and just destroy your town center, your factory. Well, he doesn't have factories because he's not the Inca. Well, you could consider Concha houses to be like little mini factories that give you food, but that's besides the point. You basically just lose all your key infrastructure if you're not careful. You get pushed to the brink. Ooh, took out towns there. That's good value. That's good value. Can't argue with that. Oh, he's got some of the captured mortars from the native embassy. Yeah. If you didn't know, in Defense Edition, they have a big button at your native embassy, which allows it to not only make some of the Wild West sort of outlaws like the Renegado and Pistolero, but also capture mortars. So you do get a bit of artillery, trainable artillery ones for all the natives that normally wouldn't have that, right? It's pretty good, pretty helpful. So what's going on here? It's kind of a bit of a tussle over here. Oh, again, a bit overwhelmed there, I see. Those Rangers are a formidable mass, for sure. It's basically taking out everything the Incas try to throw at this point. You know, this is sort of when Inca loses their steam once they get hit with a really solid skirmishing unit with backing artillery. You know, the Incan roster isn't really built to deal with stuff like that. They're mostly better against lighter equipped enemies for sure in that sense. You know, I definitely don't think Huaracas and Jungle Bowmen are going to win you much fights against Rangers for that. For sure, because mainly Rangers just have a lot of damage output, you know? So they're just going to do naturally better against whatever you throw at them. Then he's got rockets behind it, so the rockets are just really phenomenal siege. See, this is what I was worried about with the British. He's got full naval control, so he can just sort of walk his way all the way through here with the Navy supporting him, because if Inca tries to intercept him at all, guess what? These big bulky boats are going to bombard you. It's actually not good. Not good at all. It's horrible, actually. Very horrible. Ooh, good move against the Incas there, catching a lot of villagers in that process. What are these? Yeah, these are guard Chimos. Alright, so they're upgraded. Hussars, though, going for a really... Yeah, these are King's Lifeguard Hussars, so these are RG level. Quite impactful and enough to clean up a lot of bills with.
Listong kaya. Gimana lanjut apa, Mang?
Very interesting. Well, I think, I don't know. I mean, he's got the rockets protected. Does he have any Huarcas over here? Got some. Let's see if these rockets alone can... Yeah, the Chimos are really useless at this point. I think maybe British just cleans up this army and then pushes again. There's nothing stopping British from getting more rockets since they got... Well, they got one factory dedicated to it, but yeah. Yeah, he still got rockets here, though. Yeah, he's got that one. Then the Hussars, obviously, with the RG upgrader, just to be really good for forcing their way through that mass. No bolus warriors, right? No, so all the anti-cab is gone now. I think at this point Inca sort of realizes, hey, my roster really isn't built for these sort of late fights against the solid European with RG Hussars and rockets. Well, I mean, it's going to be a moot point trying to break through these these barriers here. I mean, you could try to get Macemen or something, but I don't think that would even work in this case. You know, because then the Rangers wipes out your Macemen. So what do you do exactly? Even any options in this case? I mean, I don't think there is, really. No, it's kind of hard to predict. Truthfully. Trade monopoly. That's one way to do it. Ooh, that's one way to do it. Yeah. Does he have enough resources to... No, he doesn't. It's the problem. You don't have anything. You should have done that when you had an army, you know? Would have been a great idea. Now you got nothing. Now he's just gonna run out here with all these Hussars. Does he have the no, he doesn't have advanced arms, so no pillage, but still he's got pretty much free reign over. He's gonna try to get the guard plume spearmen though, as a countermeasure to try to keep the Hussars from hitting the TPs. We'll see if that's effective or not, honestly. Also some Chimus to try to chase off any rockets or any skirms. Could do something. Could do something potentially. We'll see. We'll see here. Bit of a raid on the settlers here. Taking out some here, for sure. That's pretty good. Just one more distraction, really, to give Inca... Oh, wait a second. Wait, whoa. Why aren't you reacting to this? You gotta deal with this. This. Is he willing to forego another... He might be massing up to protect this one now. Yeah. Still, I mean, he could just, like, siege down this wall, running in here, and snipe this one. So, I mean, I don't know why you would give up a Tambo. You know, I would try to protect my Tambos. Oh, yeah, he lost the trade monopoly, so he's done for. He should have just taken this out, and, you know, it was your only chance, man. Now you're done. Now you're done. You're toast. You're, garlic toast at this point. Yeah, garlic toast is nice, right? Yeah, toast with like a garlic butter. Yeah, also Texas toast is nice as well. Yeah, definitely. Something you often have with like usually like some sort of fried chicken, right, or chicken strip basket. Yeah, it's a good type of toast for sure. Very thick cut. yeah, just lacking the overall army performance to keep this going. We're British. I imagine British could be looking. Yeah, they're on the cusp of going Imperial pretty soon. So again, really good stats then. Yeah, he could get Imperial any second at this point with that type of stockpile. Got the Monitors defending, enough to take out that Warhead. Really just bad situation. Yeah, I mean, this is just getting totally dominated by ships. British are going Imperial with the General. Good auto insurance, yeah. good auto insurance, yeah, the General. Yeah. All those ads in American television. Oh, the General. Call the General for your auto insurance, yeah. This one just gives you artillery, basically. He's being like the boats a little bit, but the Imperial Age, I imagine he just resigns because he sees Imperial Age and sees the writing on the wall. Like, all right, now it's a done deal. Like, you're not getting much farther with Imperial Age, because you deal with like Imperial SRs, just really not good. And you can actually have more resources than British, which is pretty phenomenal. But yeah, just the weaponry that British can bring to the table in late game makes the Inca really struggle pretty hard. You know, Royal Guard Hussars, the Rangers, the rockets, even the British Navy, just really not a good situation for them to deal with at all. Very interesting. So I'm going to check the chat right now. Toasted llama with crumpets and early gray tea. Early gray tea. Yeah, that's funny. You know, Earl Grey tea, early gray tea. Yeah. Yeah, British. Gotta love those British gameplays for sure. Inca just will not trade the best versus well-defended walls, cannons, outposts. That is true. Incas really needs a wide open space to hit all over the place with their Chimu runners. Once you add walls into the equation, the Chimus can have nowhere to run to. You know, they're called Chimu runners after all, so they're supposed to be running places. Then they're basically just Chimu standers, or Chimu sitters, or Chimu sleepers. You know, they're not going to contribute anything to you if they have walls with well-defended outposts that can hit them with a lot of damage, you know. So yeah, that was a good choice by British to turtle up like that for sure, 100%. Should unload army on top native site and train CDB. Build foundry and mortar TC. Rangers from New Hamburgershire. Chimu or Chime. Chime runners. Never heard of a chime runner before. Now, I just received this cool 2 versus 2 supremacy survival game. I think Dutch India or Dutch Inca versus Italy Dutch. This should be pretty fun, and HVNY confirmed it is not out of sync. So I think that's probably the one we're going to do next. I'm going to download that right now, pop it in the old system, and then we can see it live. Let me see. Well, live is in terms of my live stream. It's obviously not live. It already happened. But, you know, you're going to have to look for a very different avenue if you want to see these games live when they're done. Yeah. 1 second, I have to put a light on. It's getting super duper dark in here since the night is beginning just about now. Yep, here I am. Light is now on, and we should be ready to continue with this really neat game that I'm looking forward to. It's a survival 2 versus 2. Here we go. Let's see if it outsyncs. I don't think it is. He said it wasn't going to, so this one should be good. Alright, so what we got? So we got a Dutch and a Italy versus a Dutch and a Mahatma Gandhi. Alright. So Eliyah's playing India, his ally Max is Dutch, and then the others are the others, right? It's not every day you see Don Stowe doing something other than deathmatch, so be very thankful for that. Very thankful for that. Yeah. So usually we talk about the map, right? See what the map's going to provide us in terms of gameplay. Well, I'll tell you this much. The map is literally just a bunch of dirt and sand. There's no trees, there's no animals, there's no mining. There's just you and your starting crates. So what does that mean is you basically need to build a really good deck that can get you the early infrastructure you need to actually play the game, you know. If you have any sort of cards like Advanced Mill, Advanced Estates, those cards actually become S tier in this situation because you have no trees to acquire wood anymore, mind you. So if you can get a mill for a cheap price and stick it somewhere around here, yeah, go do that, because you're not building anything off of this environment here except for a sandcastle, maybe. Yeah, build a sandcastle, see how far that gets you. At least you can make sandwiches with it. Yeah, sandwiches in a sand-castle. Yeah, that sounds like a good economy. So let's see how this turns out. Survival is always a fun map because, well, you don't have any starting resources other than your resource crates. So you have to send some cards you probably wouldn't feel comfortable sending in a normal rank game, you know? Yeah. Constructing a barracks. Okay, why are they playing in Industrial Age? That's why I don't understand. They don't have any resources, but they're playing in Industrial Age. Was that like a typo or something? Like, what's up with that? Now this is bonkers if you're Italy, because guess what? Your good old architect doesn't need resources to build, right? He can build anything he wants for free, at a slow rate, of course, right? So I think going in with Italy is just really nasty. Because, you know, this architect could sit here all day building thing after thing after thing when everybody else is, you know, trying to scramble to put something together to build with, right? Yeah, basically. India has a pretty distinct advantage here, you know. They actually have in their home city, they can access some grove rickshaws where they can build some mango groves, you know, which builds a bunch of mango trees, which the Indians can then proceed to chop down for wood. Yeah. And India is one of the few fortunate civs in this situation that actually has a, basically a cherry orchard with wood instead of food, so they actually can sort of get by here. Because normally you would think, Oh no, I'm India. My villagers literally cost wood and there's no wood, so what do? Well, you ship your mango groves first, so now you have wood. About 10,000 wood to be exact between the two mango groves, so I mean, that'll hold you for a pretty good amount of time, you know, and in that time, you'll be able to constantly queue up more and more of the villagers, right? Another important detail to see as well, Eliyah is allied with the Portuguese, because Portuguese gives you cheaper buildings. And if you're putting all your wood into getting villagers, you're going to need some really cheap house prices as well. Also, it's interesting to see Eliyah again land reforms here. It basically means that the buildings are going to be built much quicker, and you're going to get a bigger build bounty from constructing those buildings, which means more shipments on a map where shipments really matters, right? So yeah, really good. And if you still run out of wood, you can get the Grove Rickshaw again over here as well, for sure. And this is another interesting card that India gets that they can also use in this situation. They can actually use grazing, which means all of your camel units will trickle food, and all your elephant units will trickle wood. And sacred cows will trickle coin, which is not an effect they had in Legacy. So if you really like making a bunch of animal-related military units, you're going to have even more resources coming in on a map where you don't have those resources. So again, this is the time you see really wacky cards like grazing, ones like land reforms, grove rickshaws. These are actually S tier on this map because, well, there's no trees there. So you have to improvise and come up with some interesting solutions. If you're a European like the Dutch, your first instinct would likely be to construct your factories first, since, you know, they can operate themselves pretty easily. And I'll check Max's deck right now. So he probably has the bank wagon as well, right? So yeah, probably factories first. I would go for the bank wagon next myself because, as well, it's another source of resources, right? And you could technically divvy up those factories a little bit differently, knowing that you're at least getting some coin in from that one bank. I see what Max is doing now is basically using both factories to balance out coin trickle with wood trickle. Getting enough coin trickle to be able to queue up more merchants, which cost coin instead of food. And then once you get enough for them queued up, you can switch it over to wood, so you can actually put them onto an estate, which can actually gather them more coin. And mills as well, to get some food along the way. I guess he's going to opted for a covered wagon, so he can double up his queue on these merchants, which, as long as he can keep up with the production at this point with 2 estates, I think it's probably going to work pretty good, honestly. Also picking up a fort. Fort should be a pretty good defensive tool here, because you just don't know on this wide open map where you don't know how developed your allies and you know how developed your allies are, but you don't know how developed your opponents are, because another thing you don't get on a survival map is an explorer, right? So you don't get a hero. You don't get a nifty explorer that can help scout the map for you, so you're kind of out of luck if you were planning on using your explorer to scout the entire map for you, unfortunately, you know. So unless you're literally scouting the map with the villager, which again is wasted villager seconds, you kind of have to be in the dark of what your opponent is doing, unfortunately. Now, once you can get a barracks out and get some pikemen like the Dawn Stowe Dutch has done, then you can start to use the pikemen to do some scouting, because, you know, they're kind of rubbish on their own. So if you lose them, you lose them. It's not the end of the world, right? So yeah, you kind of have to make those tactical decisions about how you're going to handle it. Which reminds me, what's Dawn Stowe doing deck-wise? So Dawn Stowe he doesn't have a bank wagon. He mostly invested into improvements here. Yeah, this looks almost like a deathmatch deck, you know? the infinite culverin, the heavy cannon, the... Did he just pull in a deathmatch style deck here? Yeah, it looks like it. Maybe not the wood, but everything else looks very deathmatchy in a way. Advanced mill is pretty good since, you know, it's another mill you can add in. Normally you would think advanced mill is kind of a cringe move because on most maps where there's berries and animals, you're supposed to be eating those and you're not supposed to be eating from a mill. So giving you a mill wagon and making them cheaper is like a death sentence because, you know, when it gets to the point where you're eating corn and wheat and barley and stuff in Age of Empires 3, you're basically going to die, right? Which is kind of weird, right? Because technically agriculture was the cradle of civilization, but in Age of Empires 3, agriculture is the ender of civilization for anyone that gets forced to use it. You know, anybody that sits there being a hunter and gatherer is actually really tough and dominant, basically. Yeah. So of course you don't have any food on the map, then being a farmer is good. So what's Eliyah doing at this point? So he's picked up the advanced rice paddy, which, you know, is basically going to allow your rice paddies to be cheaper and stronger, or also gives you a rice paddy rickshaw itself to get your rice production going for both food and coin. And he also got the Mughal architecture. Building wood costs decreased and build times are reduced. So is India, that's really important because, well, you're going to be making a lot of villagers for wood, so you really need those buildings to be a little bit cheaper, basically. So you can basically put more of that wood into the villagers as well as get additional military structures. Is also picking up the Gorlaksha. Herdables generate more experience and sacred cows cost less food. So, yep, basically all the XP you can need or ever ask for because, well, on a map like Survival where resources are scarce, shipments, the more you get, the more you win. Simple as that. I like how this purple Dutch is starting to wall a bit here and try to scramble a bit of a defense. Because, you know, you don't really have the resources just yet to really be scouting deep onto the map. You know, every resource you get at this point is so precious right now. You have to be very sustainable with your economy, or else you won't make it. So using things like walls as a warning, having just little armies of hussars there could be good. You really can't afford these big gambits of raiding, you know. If you lose them all to pikemen, that could be really bad for you. And could be actually be fatal for you. So you gotta be very careful of that. Yeah, it's just a really bad idea, I think, in survival games to actually push it too early. But you also don't want to push it too late depending on what the enemy civs are. Because I think that time I did Baja, Mexico against Japan, I might have went in a little too late, I don't know, or maybe yeah. It's a bit of a balancing act, you know what I mean? If you don't go in with enough Mexican outlaws, you could have the problems. If you go too late when they already have their shrine economy developed as well as the Swedes with their stuff, it's, you know, kind of an issue. Yeah, basically, running different problems. Yeah. Picking up the royal decree now in the speculation of the tulips. This is going to give Don Stowe a superb coin economy at this point. 2 more banks plus even more coin trickle from all the banks. Are you ready? Yep. Call the cavalry horn. What's Eliyah got? He's got a couple of Gurks there, it looks like. Not too much. He's going to have to start. He's going to get a monastery now to get some XP. And probably some mercenaries. Yeah, I mean, at this point, when you got... how much coin does he have, actually? Not a bunch of coin. So, yeah. Probably just do it for the XP. I was looking at Dutch before, I'm like, oh, he's got a lot of money. No, that's India. It's gonna pick up the bigger wood trickle now for logging. Whoa, what happened there? Woo, what was that? Was he scouting around with the wagon or something? What happened there? Why did he demolish that wagon? What's going on? Something suspicious. What does anybody delete their wagon for? Yeah, that's a little strange. Oh, Italians are doing some Swiss pikeman play. Very interesting. Yeah, so Italy, because they get a really good infrastructure advantage having the architects, it's going to be able to have a much more varied army now. We see Basigliaries, Musketeers, Halberdiers, the Papal Lancers, the Hussars, so really everything, you know. Italy just gets that weird advantage on this map because they happen to have a builder that doesn't need wood to actually build anything. Or any resource for that matter. We see the architects working together to try to build up these estates here for the vills. We see Don Stowe trying to take more of a defensive position to protect Italy at this point as well. Riders, Hussars, Pikes. Also, the two heavy cannons from the home city are going to be a really powerful touch here for sieging. Pretty much, yeah. Looks like they're going to be doing most of their pushing from this castle. Yeah. India doing the 2 Mysorean rocket shipment. That could be pretty helpful here. These rockets pack a pretty good punch. Also sending the team Kalari was a pretty good value here because it basically gave everyone access to 4 of these Arumi swordsmen, which are really good against heavy infantry. Got some Howdas here, got some Arumis, got some Gurks and Seps. Would you like to advance? I don't know if you should advance, because it seems like these guys are really established now, but you're going to have to push in at some point, right? Sniping 1 Arumi, moving in the Hussars a bit. Look at this big giant wall that Don Stowe's doing. This one's enveloping the entire team here at this point. What's Italy doing? Like, well, Italy doesn't actually have that much res, but they are spending a large amount of it into these Papal Lancers. So really good anti-infantry there. Not a lot of stuff from the purple Dutch, though. Clearly the Zillies really advanced here and really... Oh, that was a good shot by Eliyah. Sniped the Falcons. That was wonderful. That could have been a horrible nightmare for these rockets and probably could have taken... Ah, no, he's still going to with the culls, but got a little more value out of him, put it that way. He's going to try to get away with that one, though. He's got a lot of skirms, though, so I don't know if that's going to... Wait here. Yeah, that's kind of a small army. Very humble military. So what are they going to do now? Because it's pretty clear at this point that Don Stowe and Italy will really establish their armies pretty well here. They're going to have to get some pretty large armies to make a push at this point. Yeah, this is scary because there's nothing protecting you besides the walls that you construct in your castles and stuff. There's like no geographic, no cliffs, no ravines or anything. Nothing here to protect your army. Just straight up open land that they can basically charge straight ahead at you and wipe you out. Team HP, so we sent the tactics card, right? The Shimirage tactics. Yep, the Shivaji tactics. 5% HP and 5% attack to all units on everybody's team. Everyone on the team. Yeah, imagine giving your allies stats. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be a good idea at all. It'd be pretty scary. Go, I don't think my opponent is doing very well. I'm gonna give him 5% HP and attack on his unit, so he might beat me a little bit easier. Just because I feel so bad. Yeah. You mean Hussars doing surprisingly well versus the few Zams that there are. The Howdas, though, tanky to tanking all those saber attacks and taking them out. Where is your RM? Where is your army? LOL. Army. It's ARMY, not RME. What language are you speaking, man? Where's your army? He's building an army. He's getting big tanky elephants. He's making Howdas, man. The Howdas are really hard hitting here, and if you know the Italy's going with the Papal Lancers, you're going to need something hard-hitting like the Howdah that's going to be able to withstand them. So Max is going with the maneuver of Hussars here. This is going to be really good. There's not a lot of protection here, no halbs or anything. So, I mean, these Hussars are going to do backed up by all of these Dutch Falconets. This Dutch army is just really hitting pretty hard here with both Falcons and Hussars. And because they're all packed together like that, these armies, again, completely decimated down by that. Yeah, that Dutch army really pushing in pretty hard there. You know, I can sort of understand why Eliyah's gone with the Howdas, because the Howdas, you know, they got a lot of HP, they do a lot of attack, so it's kind of hard to lose them. And on such a wide open map where, you know, building could be very risky, it's probably better just to move forward with these really strong tanky units, so you know those units are going to be reliable and last a very long time, even as your bigger army ally, the Dutch, pushes in. Yeah, it's totally possible. What are they aiming at? I saw those Falcons aimed a certain way. Like, those Falcons should really just be aiming at the walls at this point. Either infantry or the walls, honestly, so they can start pushing in. Because I think they really want to deal with this, this Italy and Dutch threat sooner rather than later, because they're really well established in their base here, and if they don't start really pressuring them now and defeating them, they might have some serious problems, really. I like how Eliyah's already starting to build a bit of a forward base here and trying to build a base of operations. It's got the castle, trying to get the caravanserai there and get some more howdahs out, get some siege elephants. Also going for the Portuguese expeditionary force. Gives you culverins and dragoons. Or actually, it gives you crossbowmen and a cove, right? Ah, that's pretty good. Bestieros. Yeah, these howdahs are just really durable here. They're giving a lot of value to Eliyah. Like, look at how hard it is for these little shrimpy riders to actually take down a howdah. It's basically negating the whole entire purpose of these light cav for the Dutch Civ. Really powerful stuff here overall. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, these howdahs, really tough. Once more, the siege elephants will offer a really good siege component in taking down those buildings. And also provide some good cover and multipliers against their artillery. Falconets, are they going to be able to take down one of those TCs? Yep, taking down one. Are they going to take down the other one? I don't know. They're going to be intercepted by some hussars. Riders are moving in against that elephant. Halberdiers are going to be moving in closely with them. Yeah, I mean, looking pretty interesting. Good protection of that culverin by John Stowe, though. I like how he basically covered him with the riders, so it wouldn't be such a good push with this hussars. So that was pretty tactical. But looked like Max was going for the throat, though, going right for the horse artillery, which looks like some of them are going to survive. This line of falconets is holding the whole operation together, it looks like. It's sticking it together like sticky glue. Yeah, when is Dutch gonna start building along here too? You know, they really should be pushing in as a team here together. Yeah, at least it looks like Eliyah has like a permanent economy going, so it should be pretty good in that regard. Going to start picking up the Indian gunpowder, so the sepoys HP and attack is increased, and then the cost and train time is also reduced. So yeah, this will make sepoys a pretty good massable unit here overall. Yeah, this is looking like a pretty good assault here, honestly. I I got a phone call coming in, so I'm just going to answer that super quickly and we'll continue the rest of this match.
Huh?
I'm back. Let's do the rest of this match. So I was just looking at Italy's resource stockpile, and I realized, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, they don't have any spaghetti left. Look at this lack of food here, and lack of wood and corn. I think at this point it's pretty clear that Everton stretched his army out too much at the start, and now he just doesn't have any reserve stuff, basically. How many vills does he have? 51 vills. He's got to make some more villagers here, honestly. Yeah, definitely. It's absolutely required. It's going to get capitalism, I guess, to try to get something. Yeah, and then, yeah, what else can he make at this point? I guess he can try to make, some of these Papal Bombards at some point when he gets some shipments. That might be good to support his ally there, because you could always use some heavy artillery on these attacks. Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna have to start seeing like Dutch move some. Yeah, now he's starting to put some merchants forward and construct a little bit. It's gonna have to be a team effort on the push if they're gonna make it in there successfully. But I do think the fact that he's doing like cavalry, like riders and hussars, is making up for that for the time being. So he can get some buildings constructed over there and start helping. So, idiot noob. What? Who's the idiot and who's the noob? Where you live? Where does he live? Where does he live? I'm curious. Idiot noob land or something? Yeah, idiot noob land. That's a totally legit country. They call each other idiots and noobs all day. Yeah. I mean, in German. You live in German, du Hand. Jawohl, du Hand. In German. So he lives in Germany? KK? Alright. I am 200 pop, by the way. Waiting for you. Yeah, that's the funny thing. This Max fella, this angry Max fella has been like some angry German guy spouting out about not having enough mustard for his pretzel or whatever in terms of gameplay, and Eliyah's like, I'm kind of waiting on you, man. Eliyah's doing all the forward construction here, and little naughty German boy over here is busy eating his pretzel or whatever, not building on the front lines. Like, you're the one crying and complaining, calling people a noob, and, you're busy here eating a pretzel. Why don't you wait till after the match to eat your pretzel? I mean, German soft pretzels are good, but you don't eat them in the middle of the match, I mean, what happens if you micro really bad because you get mustard over your fingers? You're going to get into your keyboard, and you're not going to be able to help your ally out, and then Eliyah's going to lose because of you. So, wait till after the game to eat your pretzel, the big German pretzel. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody loves pretzels, right? Either the soft ones or the hard variety. It's just one of the perfect foods to eat when you're, you don't have real food, just eat a pretzel. You know what I mean? It's pretty simple. Yeah, just a little bit of bread baked in an oven with some salt on it. You can flavor it. Yeah, flavored pretzels are pretty good, Just like this counterattack is by Don Stowe and Everton, Even with just a couple of giant grenadiers, he is able to offer a little bit of support for Don Stowe, who's doing most of the fighting here. So we're basically waiting for a German pretzel noob over here to help out Eliyah and provide some much needed assistance. Yeah. Pretty much. Oh, good. I mean, he does know how to micro his hussars, though. I mean, at least he knows how to do that, At least he didn't get mustard all over his fingers eating that pretzel or whatever. Because then he probably wouldn't be able to work his mouse and keyboard the right way to do that. The Sigidaries? Well, that could always be a problem, Not only do they kill your heavy infantry a lot, they'll basically blow those little horns when they defeat something, and they'll go, "Woo!" and it stuns you. Yeah, that can always be a bit of a problem. He's calling him a noob again. This is crazy. And why are people calling me again? 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Alright, so, we're basically seeing a counterattack in real time by Don Stowe. A little bit of support from the Italian ally, because Mr. German pretzel boy here, calling Eliyah noob, is actually the noob himself because he can't build a proper forward base, right? He literally has to use his 20 IQ to send hussars from across the map to compensate for it. So, I don't know. Imagine if you had the stables like right here or something. You'd be in already good shape. So yeah, just build forward bases. It's really easy to do. Yeah, Don Stowe at this point playing it like a deathmatch. Yeah. The infinite culverin shipping is real. How much res does Eliyah got? So yeah, Eliyah's doing... Yeah, now they're going to have to redeploy at this position. One stable and one foundry. Yeah, this is a great job here. Good work. That's a good forward base, man. Whereas Eliyah is trying to get down 4 racks, 2 stables. You are noob. Who are you calling a noob, Mr. Pretzel Boy German? Du Hand. Do you know this? Do you know when you stopped eating your last pretzel, man? I think all the salt went to your head. That's what I think. What is wrong with this German pretzel boy here? I mean, the man's base is all the way back here, and he's not putting it on the front lines. What units you making? Hussars? Well, what do you think Don Stowe's making? Riders. That's not a great idea. Wait, I just realized I'm the noob. I'm the noob. Not you the noob, I'm the noob. He's attacking my position. And what are you doing about it, Mr. German Pretzel Boy? What are you doing, Mr. German Pretzel Boy? Not the in pretzels. You and your position. Okay. What does that mean? What are you gonna do? Three culverins and 15 legionaros. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, at least the Riders is actually going to be a good performative unit here overall. Yeah. So just gonna do a bit of scouting here, seeing if he can find anything with the Hussars up on this side. He's gonna run into the wall over there, but he could potentially threaten Eliyah's economy because there's no wall around him, right? This crazy German pretzel boy could build a wall around himself, but not put the Berlin wall around his friend over here. Yeah, Eliyah trying to come in with everything he possibly can to defend us, using consulate armies to basically try to mount some sort of defense here.
See?
Wait, you dog plus? What? What kind of German slang is this? Dog plus? What's a dog plus? I don't know what this kid's doing up here. He's calling people noobs and he's idling right in front of his... You don't idle, man. You don't idle. Not in this type of battle. You don't idle when your friend needs you. Don't idle. Get those units down there. Contribute something to the battle so you actually can turn the tide. Yeah, now you send them across. I want to see what this guy's production rate is. Alright, the guy who's an expert, he's not even training anything for... Why isn't he making anything? Why isn't he hockeying these stables and, like, queuing something out there or something? Like, you know how easy it is to set up, like, set up a control group on your stables, right? Set up a control group, and then when you notice your units are going down, just press onto that control group, set the waypoint, and start shift keying for more stuff. Simple as that, right? I guess if you're a noob, maybe not. I guess not. Yeah, I just don't know at this point. It's getting really interesting, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, poor Eliyah's here, stuck trying to micro with just coves and gurks at this point. John Stowe basically going for the kill on these cove runs. Knows he can take advantage of the numbers edge by just throwing them in like that against the cove runs. Now Don Stowe's going to try to do another wall layer, it looks like, over here maybe. Yeah, that could be interesting. Good move by Max to try to... not that great. Is he gonna get him, actually? He got some of them. This one's still going, though. Are you ready? Are you ready? That's the question. Are you ready? Because, look, the man isn't training anything for this. I believe that makes me your... daddy? I wouldn't want my daddy to know of how long it takes you to produce units for an army. I wouldn't let my daddy know that. Oh yeah, well. I don't know. Mr. Expert on Noobs doesn't know how to make an army, I guess. Yeah. Poor Eliyah getting caught doing 2v1 here. You know, he's doing fairly well though. I mean, he's combining Gurks with the rockets and basically everything that he can at this point to try to mount some sort of defense. Oh, took that one out. Oh, I just saw something from Eliyah in the chat. He said to check out the stats on the riders of Mr. Noob Boy. So Mr. Noob Boy here has about 24 ranged attack, 231 HP. And then who's the other one? The other one has... Oh, wow! This naughty German boy doesn't know how to set up enough upgrade cards in his deck. Look at that! No cavalry combat! Look at that! No cavalry combat in a survival deck. What is this? What is up with all these... Whoa, 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 whoa. What? He has Stadthalter, but no Explorer. He has this card, but no Explorer on the map. Why would you even have this in your deck? Why is this here? You're upgrading nothing. He has advanced trading posts on a map that doesn't have trading posts. He has Ironmonger on a map that doesn't have mines on it. I didn't think he was this bad. He just was, you know, I was making puns that he was a pretzel boy that was eating his pretzel. I didn't know he actually had a score, a low score. If you know what that score is, you know what that score is. I mean, hey, I'm not talking about in-game score. I mean a very different type of score. Yeah, that's just really this, and this. You just can't do that. This is like 4th time you've basically fallen off the edge of the map and haven't trained anything. LOL. I attack? Yeah, but missing attack cards, missing combat cards, missing every kind of card known to man. Yeah, I mean, he's even missing tulip speculation. Like, you can't be serious about this. He's even missing the tulip speculation. Who misses tulip speculation on a Dutch deck? Who misses tulip speculation? Stuff when you look at after some, words from a viewer that you realize this is really bad. That's why he's calling Eliyah a noob, is because he's the biggest noob on the map. Stadthalter on a map without an Explorer. Advanced trading posts on a map without trading posts. Established Ironmonger on a map without mines. You can't make this stuff up. Unreal. Does any of the other players have these kind of blips in their deck? I mean, no. Italy looks fine. This is totally legit. And then Don Stowe looks, it's completely fine. Farming, training, totally legit. You can use any of this stuff. And Eliyah, totally legit. Probably has the sawmills in there for the mango groves, honestly, so I can sort of understand this. Everything else, though, perfectly fine. Absolutely useful. Yeah, like, only this Max boy, this naughty little German pretzel boy, honestly, has the questionable deck and missing the cards. Yeah. Yeah, thanks to HVNY for pointing that out, because, I was so busy, looking at how bad his training rates were that I didn't even know, really, that he was messing up that bad. That's just really sad and really bad. Absolutely, just unreal. I absolutely did not expect that at all, honestly. Absolutely at all. Do you think I didn't see that? Yeah, don't you just love players like this that call you a noob because they're the noob all along and they just don't know what they're doing? Like, oh, you are the noob. I am not the noob. You are the noob. Because I don't know how to build the deck. This guy's acting like he's Revnak or something with 200,000 ELO in the rank ladder. I mean, seriously, like, who is this kid? Yeah, I mean, this is... Yeah, like, Eliyah's doing all the micro work here. Working with the set poise, the howdahs, making the good unit choices, the good deck. If we had, like, Dawn Stowe on Eliyah's team and then 2 other people against them, they would be doing fine right now. But this is just a really bad situation. Halberdiers, yeah, I mean, when you don't have an ally that's helping you out, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with Halberdiers coming after your howdahs now. I just can't believe how this turned out, honestly. Yeah. How is Eliyah doing, by the way? And no, they seem to be doing alright in res now, so they're kind of finding their balance at that point. Stowe's doing good. Well, all the Dutch are doing. So yeah, I mean, they all have resources at least, so nobody's starving. Yeah, but keep in mind though, these howdahs are pretty expensive. Like, he did cheapen it with the tame elephants, I believe. So yeah, they are a little bit on the cheaper side. Yeah, sort of see the issue there. One thing I would do, though, in this deck, I probably would have taken out the sawmills and put in tame elephants in there, just so you could get more howdahs into your army, basically. And have even more ranged attack going in there, because, you know, with this ally of yours, you're going to need every unit you can get in your army to do his job for him. Basically. Yeah, I just don't know. It's really strange. Why are you coming here? Because you are the noob. That's why I'm coming here. Yeah. This is... Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing Eliyah's pointing out to him. In full view. He says, if I can handle 2v1 on this front, you should be going over here, taking down their walls, and raiding them. Because, clearly, Eliyah can handle himself in 2v1. But no, you're burning hussars without cavalry combat in front of his base. Simply put, you know? That was a clue from Eliyah that, you know, if you're going to be doing anything, Mr. Pretzel German noob boy, you should be over there basically attacking their side of the base while Eliyah's handling the 2v1 himself. Simple as that. Simple as that. 100%. Simple as that. Yep, send the Hussards right at the culverins. Good move by Don Stowe there. I'm waiting to see if Max here, Max 18, has any peanut gallery fresh words there. Oh, my guy for last 52 minutes called me noob troll. Yeah, he's just angry now. He knows that doesn't have what it takes to handle this mode. He's just gonna scream about it. Definitely put him on your friends list so you can team with him again sometime, for sure. Definitely don't want to miss a game with him. No, I sure wouldn't. I wouldn't mind miss. I don't want to miss a game with him. Max, what personal problem do you have against me? I mean, he doesn't have any personal problem against you, I think. I think his, how do we put it? I think his name is Augustus Gloop, and he's a big fat greedy nincompoop, honestly. And, you know, he's 20 seconds away from falling into the chocolate river in Willy Wonka's candy factory at this point. That's what it is, you know. This little fat German boy living on pretzels and, you know, a 10-year-old fat German boy playing Age of Empires 3, calling people noobs and thinks that's cool, you know. Probably it. I wouldn't be surprised, you know. Yeah, probably this fat little German kid, chocolate all over his face and mustard and pretzel crumbs, basically calling other people noobs that they're clearly actually experts because he thinks it's funny, and deliberately playing like a noob because that's all he understands. This is how not to play in team games. Not to play in team games. Absolutely right. Never play like this in a team game. Unless it's satire. If it's satirical, maybe. But unless this is planned satire, which we don't know, of course, you do not play like that. You try to work with your teammate. You try to, you know, he should have been doing this the whole time, mind you. This is what he should have done. But the fact that he sat there talking and yapping for a while tells you maybe something was going on. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Really it. You abandon your town. Should have abandoned it a long time ago with this ally. Trust me. I mean, you put a good show on for me, and I'm glad that you did. You know, Leah did some really good footwork there, but has reached the level 37 home city. Very well earned. I mean, look at the well, Eliyah actually didn't have much resources, and he did better than this Max kid did. Yeah, I mean, look at this Dutch, and look at this Dutch. This Dutch, and this Dutch. This Dutch, and this Dutch. More than double the kills. And relatively the same number of units. That's what you get for not getting infantry combat cards in cavalry combat and advanced arsenal. Like, you know, like, yeah, I mean, look at this guy's deck. Pull it out again. Yeah, he didn't even have advanced arsenal. Nothing in here at all. And he calls others noobs, yeah. I think we know about that one. I think we all know all about that one. Pretty obvious at this point. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so what do you think? Yeah, do one more deathmatch maybe? Yeah. So these are all the stuff from a HVNY I'm reading. Alright, time for me to have. Look forward to watching about Bratwurst Mustard Noob. Wood trade with 0 trees. Oh, I didn't even notice that he had the deep... Was it the deep sea bubble? I didn't even know... I noticed that card there, and I should have known. That's even worse. The lack of deep sea bubble, that's pretty bad. He had 5 more near range of cove, and it took 5 more to nearly one-shot a wall. And then chooses to lose moored in siege instead with Rider Falk, 21. Go on, Dawnstow, get in this German little new Villy base. I'm looking forward to Twitchian Challenge. Me too, I'm looking forward to the Twitchian Challenge. I want to defeat Viper, Hera, and all 5 of those other MVP players in one single 1 versus 6. Yeah, that's going to be a really nice match for sure to do. Is there anything else we can do here, like a 1 versus 1? Yeah, let's cap it off for like a nice 1v1 or something. Something a little bit more reassuring. What kind of prank is this? Did they all resign? What is this? What is this? What is this? How does the record end in 0 seconds? What is this? Is this like a bad prank or something? Who would give me this? There's really nothing in there. There's nothing in there. Does this game actually have Revnak in it? We'll find out. Got some guy with an Arabic thing, Swedish guy with an Arabic thing, and then Swisher Guts. Okay, I think I recall seeing Swisher Guts before, but I don't know about yeah. Alright, so let's check this one out. I believe if we check the map real quickly that we're looking at Arizona here. You know, famous for this nice little canyon over here in the center that sort of divides the trade route a bit. You got 4 trading posts on it. I recall this map pretty vividly because Toledo used to always use this one to spam around the corners with cavalry and raid my entire economy to death in Wars of Liberty. So I remember this map pretty well. Yeah, should be pretty fun though. Yeah. I think in general on this map, Portugal is going to have a pretty fun time here because, you know, you got a bit of space between you and your opponent, obviously. You can take advantage of this thing. It prevents you from going straight ahead at your opponent, this big giant rock structure, and actually get your town centers in a good spot. At the same time, if Sweden really wants to take advantage of it, which it seems like they're doing a little bit right now, they're gonna start to build some of these torps right on top of the mines over here. Yeah, because remember, the Swedes get access to a really nice card here called the Engelsberg Ironworks that basically really significantly improves the gather rate of these mines to these gather rate of these mines from these torps here. Because if we look at the card here, it's about 100% more quickly. As you can see here, the standard rate is about 0.27, so that really brings it up to over 50, over 0.5 coin per second, which with just 2 torps is like 1 coin per second. So really, really tough overall. Just really good for, again, a really good gather rate going. This is why I like the Swedes in general in 1v1, because if your opponent isn't too aggressive, you can get a lot of torps down before they even threaten you at that point. And with all those torps, you can already have like a bunch on just about all the mines in your vicinity pretty much, and then you can even have some torps on top of some of the tree lines as well, so you can get some extra wood in there. Like even this torp, even though it's gathering from the mine, it also is able to pull a bit on the straggler tree over here too. Also, when you're hunting near the torps can also gather from the animals too. So that's yet another good reason why you should have torps wherever possible, especially around the hunts and the mines, you know. Even though you're going to initially be using it for the mines, you can herd your hunts over there and have your villagers work there. You're going to get this nice gather rate where the torps is just going to gather the bison or whatever ammo it is for you. Overall, for the rest of the deck, we see some interesting cards here. We see Julita Strikeblock, light and affordable artillery that can... So basically it gives you a leather cannon and a foundry. So you can make more leather cannons. And a shipment of 2 leather cannons for 150 wood. March of the Hakapalites. So you get Hakapalites in age 2 by sending this card. Makes them a little bit faster as well. Dominions is a pretty good card to get in general too, in terms of getting a lot of value out of your torps. Blueberry bushes is really good as well in terms of economics, because basically what happens is once you get blueberry bushes, the bushes that spawn up from your torps will have more food on them, and the torps will gather from them even faster. Yeah, Swedes can get a really good economy going, and it's not too hard to do usually. Really just depends on how aggressive your opponent is, you know. And I think the fact that you're dealing with Portuguese here means Portugal's going to be more concerned with getting an FF going again, 3 town centers. And they may just leave you alone altogether, you know. It might be really strange for like a Portugal to go aggro in that situation. Ooh, wow, look at this luck here. The covered wagon and the frontier wagon found each other. And now basically Swedes are going to land the tower right on top of the town center like that. That is pretty lucky. Look at this, right on top of it. How do you get this lucky in Age of Empires 3? The tower right on top of the TC. This is a really good match. Now all these Torps wagons are going to be able to deploy right on this mine over here. It's going to start to train a couple of the Caroliners. Where's the barracks? Where's the production coming from? This rack's in pretty far away over here. Is he going to try to go after like this site over here? And try to do something about this? I mean, this is like perfect aggro right there. Having a tower right on top of the TC. If this is like Wars of Liberty and your towers could attack buildings, yeah, you could literally start using that outpost to start attacking the TC, actually. And obviously Portugal would have to like garrison villas in their TC to do that, and it would influence villagers second, so that would actually be pretty bonkers. I don't know why they don't allow towers to basically attack buildings. That'd be really powerful here. So what's he going to do with... So he's going to build the other town center right here? Oh wow, that's pretty aggressive actually. This could be kind of problematic if Swedes aren't careful about that. I mean, right now he seems to just be getting the Caroliners going. And yeah, Portugal's going to start populating this area with some settlers because he knows. Alright, if he does that, he can basically make this side of the map unaccessible and can either defend down here or he can push right over here, which is not too far away. He's actually going to ship in some halberdiers now. From which town center? The forward one? He's going to get some halbs. And he's going to use the halbs to actually take out that very carefully located tower. At the same time, Caroliners making a move on the trade route of Portuguese, taking out their one trading post there. And I think after that point, we're going to see mostly economic focus. I mean, you really don't have enough... Oh, he's going to use the halbs to go after the torps. This is one thing that the Portuguese can do to the Swedes that the Swedes can't do to the Portuguese. Just a handful of hand infantry can basically threaten his economic buildings. Taking down a torp is much easier than taking down a town center. And with that, basically you hurt the Swedish economy, and you get an XP bounty from every one of these that you take out. So it really works well for you. At the same time, Swedes going to use his Caroliners and just sort of search this area for potential threats here. and also basically take off settlers wherever possible. Yeah, this has got to be really painful for the Swedes. Also, he's got his organ guns going now, too, his organ gun shipments. So this is really not looking good for Sweden right now. A lot of aggression on the front lines here. He's going to try to fight back a little bit with these leather cannons. But note that the organ guns do outrange them, though, by like 5. And deal a lot more damage. Because remember, it might be 33 damage, but it multiply that times 6 because it fires 6 times. Through each of the columns of the organ. Yep, taking out another torp. Sweden is in real danger here. And all they can really do at this point is have this little contingent of Caroliners try to take out a house. Because maybe taking out a house will, you know, stop the onslaught for a little bit. It's gonna keep, did he ship in more halbs? Yep, shipped in another shipment of halberdiers. He's gonna try to use those organs to make a move on the leather cannons. Oh, the lever cannons! The lever cans did well. Yeah, the lever cans did well over there. I think the Carolineers should be able to yep, they should be able to finish off these units here. Yeah, pretty much. A good defense by Sweden. It's gonna deal with the military threat for a little bit. Also, what Sweden should do is just get like a bunch of pikemen and just rush those town centers. Get a bunch of pikemen. You know, pikemen are not that expensive, and the town center is literally right over here. Just get a big army of like pikemen and just burn this thing to the ground. And this one too. Or you could go down here and just burn the isolated one down here, which would be even better. And that way, sort of have them cornered in this little sector of the map. That could be something you could probably try doing, honestly. That could totally be something you could do. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Grabbing this wood on the front lines. I'm pretty surprised he has his economic gather point up here. I'd probably keep it back at the original site myself. Just saying, because you never know what's going to happen up here, right? You don't know if this area's going to be under direct danger at all. Yeah. So, how long would it take for Portugal to actually get to industrial? I'm wondering, because what would happen if he went like industrial with 1k coin and got these heavy cans? That could be a problem. Yeah, get all this really good artillery shipments here. Yeah, even can make some mortars too. Making a couple mortars here at this town center, that would be fatal. Because right now you got Portugal and where they want to be. All 3 town centers working without too much pressure right now. And Sweden needs to come up with something to do against that, right? It's going to try to get the blueberries right now going, so these torps are really going to be offering a lot more value than they already are. Does he have the Engelberg yet? Yep, has the Engelberg. Probably could get the House of Bernadotte at some point to get some HP on these Caroliners. You need every bit you can get. We'll see if Sweden can make any comeback here. Should be interesting. Does Sweden have any way to ramp to FI? Yes, they do. They have the chests of coin. They actually also have the blackberries here, which will give every torp berry bush that has 1,000 food on it. So that's pretty good. Lots of antioxidants. Yeah, berries have a lot of antioxidants in them. So if you're ever looking for something to get that type of essential nutrient, just eat lots of berries. You know, blueberries, blackberries, whatever the red berries are that aren't normal berries. I don't know. They're all berries. They have lots of those in them. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of have an issue here because I think he's just not going to amass enough stuff to deal with the Portuguese boom at this point. Yeah, see, Portugal's doing the same thing. They're getting culverins, and they're going full help spam. Like, I'd rather have like a big massive helps than the Caroliners, honestly, in that matchup, because a big spam of halberdiers is enough to like rush your entire base and like wipe everything out, with the artillery behind them supporting them. Yeah, never underestimate halberdiers, you know, and the fact that Portugal gets them does give them that really powerful option, you know. I recall, like, what was it, 2 days ago, right? We were looking at the House of the Trading Post game with Oreos, you know, and the person on Alaska was actually able to reverse the entire game against the Inca, which is pretty rare, just partly using halberdiers with the Portuguese, you know. Halberdiers can be a really great unit sometimes for wiping out opponents with, just because they're so versatile at what they do. Look at the Minutemen attack on the Falconets. He's actually gonna. He took out a Falconet with a group of Minutemen. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Now, so Sweden's got resources too. I'm just trying to see if we can cipher who's like really struggling here and who's, yeah. Well, if they can take that foundry out, they'll stop the organ gun production. Now it's just going to be Cazadors they're going to be worried about. I mean, the Carolinas are defending fairly well here at, like, stopping the... Oh, but the Minutemen again sniping a, another cannon. What's up with these Minutemen wiping out artillery? This is pretty complicated to grasp here, how they're pulling it off. But now another group of Falcons is coming in, and they're going to be joining in with these Carolinas, and they're going to make a siege on this TC. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's sort of looking like it's moving in Sweden's favor now, just because Sweden's able to do these really large groups of the powerful Falcons, and then protect them with the Caroliners. He's going to go into melee with the Settlers to try to wipe out these cannons, which you got to get... Yep, he's got that one. He's going to butt that one with the ends of the guns. So take that one out. Oh! Maybe he might blend in. I don't know. But now your villages are exposed, so let's see if... Why don't you push on him? Like, oh, he's got organ guns there. Yeah, that's bad. What a way to turn it around, Portugal. That's a great way to turn around the match. Yeah. But now he's just throwing his armies into nothing at this point, so he's got to be a little careful of that. Yeah. Nah, actually he's got two Falcons here. What's Portugal at? So Portugal's actually outcoing. Gotta love how 10 Carolinas melt 5 organ guns. I know, right? Yeah, just those organ gun moments, you know. Sometimes organ guns are the best, sometimes, you know, they can be swept up pretty easily. It's the way they are, you know. That's why I love my trusty old Falconet a little bit better. Just gets the job done. Ooh, good shot though with those ones. Yep, and now he's gonna melt these ones. Again, melting the organ guns. Ooh, that one barely survived. Oh, but then he has 3 more Falconets, so what are you gonna do about it? I don't know if there's not much you can do at this point against this. I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't look like him. Yeah, looks like he's toast. It's Texas toast or garlic toast or any kind of toast. Yeah. This will be the end of the road, kid. It's nice knowing you. GG. I'm just curious, like, post-game. Wow, Torp Economy outdoes Portuguese Boom. Big time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, got more kills. I mean, that's pretty good. Considering what he made. Sweden spamming all those Caroliners and the Falcons doing most of the killing work, it looks like. Yeah. Just about. Just about. Yeah. Oh, so that is Rev. Oh, interesting. Prox Warrior 1.9 gives blue flames. 1.9 my mod buffs the embers. Yeah, so festive mod stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Let me see. I'm gonna do a is there another one? Potentially. Let me see. One v one ranked Germany versus Dutch Petard. Oh, interesting. So we're on that. Is this Lake Chad, right? Lake Chad map? Because you gotta be a literal Chad to play on this map. Yeah, it's Eliyah's Germany versus a Dutch here. Pretty interesting. So, yeah, I mean, the thing I like about this Lake Chad map is you got the varying environments. You got sort of the savannah down here. You can either go pretty close to the lake, like stay close to the coast here with your ships, or you can try to push all the way out towards this trade room when you're crossing down here, or you can just avoid the water altogether and go into the northern part of the desert right here and just basically go for a full land route and grab up all these mines and hunts up here. So it's a pretty interesting map, you know. And of course you got some Yoruba natives on it and some Berber natives, so you got some pretty neat options in terms of native warriors on here too. Yeah, let's look at this one. So I think in this situation we know at this point that Eliyah is a very solid Germany to say the least, because of this deck concept here, HOA 1v1. Basically, what it does is it relies on a number of shipments of settler wagons and keeping them alive, and then buffing them up with the guild artisans. And then having a big emphasis on mercenary shipments, the improvement of mercenaries, and also some cav options too. You got cav combat, you have the Lipizzaner cavalry here, so really good Yuans in particular, but also the war wagons as well. Yep, pretty much. As for Dutch over here, I know what they're... So they're gonna... I imagine they're gonna go with this deck, right? Because I saw Petar in the recording name, and there's this deck called Petard here. Is this what he's gonna go for? I don't know. Is he? Let's see. The man is just hunting here. Not doing any chopping. He's going for a 10 settler, 10 merchant age up here. Very interesting. Something seems fishy about this. Like, this is totally not what I would do, and I don't think a lot of Dutch would do this. They would actually try to go up with, like, 14 villagers, 15 villagers, something like that. Very interesting. I try to be a little bit greedy with my villagers usually, because I know how important reds can be for those big fights you want to do later on. Yeah, I mean, it's like... Yeah. See, something's... Is this Petard deck, right? Yeah, it's the Petard deck. Something's gonna happen here. I just know something really strange is gonna happen here, and... I just don't know what it's gonna be yet. Something very interesting. Yeah. So what is so the Egypt is gonna be governor? Oh, this is pretty interesting. Going with the governor. It's not every day you see that with the Dutch. Germany's gonna be aging up with Core Master, right? Yep, Core Master. Yeah, I just don't know what's up with the governor age up. This is very, very, very strange. Something just doesn't seem right. Like, are we gonna see what I think we're gonna see? You can pay me back with ELO. You can pay me back with ELO. Yes. Oh, does Eliyah know what's gonna happen? Oh no, it's gonna happen. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Oh no, he's gonna do it. He's doing it. Oh no, he's doing it. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna use this wagon here, this trusty frontier wagon. He's going to put the outpost right within the mortars area of this town center, maybe even behind it. And he's going to throw petards down on it. That's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do with this thing. Yeah, see, he's going out into the Sahara now. Driving that horse into the sand. It's wholly in an area that can't be targeted at this point. Alright. But what's Eliyah doing? Is he going to let him do it? Is this a joke or something? What's he doing? What's he doing? We going to let him do it? Where's he getting the... What's he getting the Yuans for? You need Yuans. You could rush this tower with it. Yeah, he must know that this is going to happen. And he's not countering it. Yep, he's got the age up. He's going to chop enough wood for 6 petards. He's going to chop enough wood to get a house and they can ship in the 6 petards. Yeah, this is like a joke. Exiled Prince. But he's got to chop the wood though, right? Yep, now he's chopping the wood. He's gonna get it in time. He's gonna get it. Oh, Eliyah's gonna try to defend it with crossbowmen. Okay. Does Eliyah know about this? He is making military. Does he know about what's gonna happen? He's going crossbowman, right? He's gonna try to fight back his envoy with it. He's gonna ship in the wood right now. Alright. And petards, right? Yep. Petard. Oh, is he gonna do it? I think he's gonna do it. I don't think he's gonna be able to. Cool, good luck. Cool, good luck. Can he do it is the question. And then he's gonna do helps. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna pull it off. Ah, he's gonna pull it off. Look at this. He's gonna put them right into the town center. It's gonna. Yep, he knows about. He's gonna intercept it. He's gonna try to. Oh no! Up! He's gonna try to do it. Is he gonna pull it off? He's gotta pull this off. He's gotta pull this off. He's gotta do this. He's gotta get it over the finish line. He's too far for this to fail. Oh, he didn't do it. Well, it was worth a try. GG. I don't think it works good against Germany. If you did it against any other civ, it would have been fine. Problem with Germany is they get free Yulons with their cards, and it just... Yeah. The free Yulons thing completely wrecks it. But then again, any other civ, like Lakota can send their Axe Riders. A lot of civs have 3 Hussar shipment. There's a lot of civs that could stop this thing, but, you know. I don't like the fact that the Definitive Edition shows the enemy your name of your deck. Does it let them see the end? Yeah, I mean, they're going to know right away. Like, I think what I would do if it lets them show what your deck is called, you should call it Fast Fortress, FF. So villagers, you know, do that. Yeah. I think this is a good concept. I'd like to try doing this to someone myself and seeing if it works, you know, and like, yeah. I would love to try this against someone and see if it works. I could even do this in Wars of Liberty and try it to an unsuspecting Juanito somewhere and going, oh, the gringo blew up my town center. Blew up mi casa. Yeah, something like that. El gringo loco blew up mi casa. Oh yeah, exactly. Just like that. Yep, pretty much 6 petards. Entire military, except for the envoy and the explorer. That's like, well, your whole army is 6 petards and 10 crossbowmen. Are we looking at expert games, folks? That's the question. That's the question. Chad Strat on Lake Chad. Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that 100%. 100%. Yep. Basically. Yep. 100% on that one. Yep. So I think I'm basically done for streaming right now. I think I did enough games for today. I'll cover the rest of them next week, as well as whatever goodies that HVNY can bring us. You know, this was definitely a very delectable group of stuff today. From fat German boys addicted to chocolate and pretzels, calling people noobs, to people sniping people with petards, somebody spawning an outpost on top of somebody's Portuguese town center. Just really cool stuff. You know, this was a really good week in terms of content. So definitely looking forward to see you all next week when we do the next stream. For Definitive Edition, that is. Of course, on Thursday, we do our good old Wars of Liberty streaming of casting games, so definitely be there for that one. Alright, I'm going to sign off now from the stream, and see you later.